Good day, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I probably have some things to explain before I really get into anything here. I was planning to do a variety stream today. Let me make sure my mic is working. Hold on. Yeah, we're good. Always gotta double check that before I get into my spiel here. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a variety stream today. I had even gone so far as to say that I was going to, which would be like a bunch of different games and stuff, but I took a poll on my community tab on YouTube last night just to see what everyone was interested in. Most people were like, hey man, do what you want, or alternatively, show us more Stardew content. And funnily enough, what I want to do is just more Stardew content and Price of Perfection. I am enjoying the series so far. It's kind of like the thing I look forward to the most just about every week. Every day that I get to do it is a blessing. So I'm going to take the opportunity to do it, but we are spicing things up a bit today. We're going to be starting off, not with the Price of Perfection, but actually we're going to be doing what is a rite of passage, more or less, for every YouTuber at some point. We have to do a tier list of all the characters in Stardew Valley. And I do mean all of them. That's where we're going to start off with today. If you're not interested in seeing that, any of the VOD watchers, there will be a timestamp that you can skip ahead to when we actually get to the gameplay. But when we do the gameplay, we're going to be doing even something a little different in the game, is that we're going to be focusing mainly on redecorating the farm. I don't know how far we're going to get with that, but I would like to give our farm a bit of a makeover. It's long overdue. I've just kind of put machines and chests and what have you all willy-nilly wherever I felt like in the moment. I think it's time to really put in the work, the hours, to make it look somewhat more presentable. We're getting political this stream. There might be some strong opinions thrown around when it gets to the tier list. Just know that, as with all tier lists, mine is 100% based on facts and raw evidence and cannot be disputed in any way. It is the definitive tier list. So let's get into it here. It's a bit of a different setup today, so bear with me for a second. But I think this should do the trick if I just go like, boop. Yeah, we're looking good. So, I mean, we're all familiar. If you've been in the gaming sphere at all on the internet for the past little while, you're familiar with this sort of layout, and probably with this exact tier list even, of these characters. But when I look at this, hold on, I'm just zooming in a little bit so we can get a little bit better here. When I look at this, and when I've seen other people do this, I'm like, this is incomplete. Do you know how many characters there are in Stardew Valley? It's more than this. I'm going to tell you right now. We got how many here? This is like 13 per row, and it's like 39, 42 characters. Snooze. I sleep on this. So I took the liberty of upgrading this tier list just a little bit. Check this out. Wait a second. Hold on, there we go. That's it. This is our tier list. This is my tier list of all the characters. We've got quite a few more, as you can see. I believe we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 96. Maybe even a little bit more. And so we got some stuff ahead of us here, okay? I've also labeled the tiers appropriately for Stardew Valley. Let's get right into it here. I'm excited. There's a lot more characters in Stardew Valley than you might have originally thought. And I think that the trap that a lot of tier lists fall into, and why a lot of them can be a little bit divisive, is that they don't set clear metrics at the start. So what we need to do right now is define how are we ranking these characters. And I've come up with 2 simple to understand qualities that we can all agree on. 1, how aesthetically pleasing is the character? That's something you can judge any of these characters on. How cute do you find them personally, or how, you know, how much do you like looking at their face, more or less? And number 2 is how, if you were to spend the day with this person, how likely would you be to fake sick halfway through and get out of Dodge because you're just having a terrible time? Like, how much would you enjoy spending the day with this person? That's where I'm going with this. So hopefully, let me know if the music is too loud, by the way. I know it should be just the same volume as ever, but it should be, I think it's fine. Why is basic not bronze? Because basic is, I don't know, when I think of basic in Stardew Valley, I just think of like grass. So I made it green. Anyway, we're starting. It's all in alphabetical order. We'll just go in order here. We got Abigail to start off with. I don't want anyone's any influence from the outside here. I know we got Ring Queen on one side, who's a huge Abigail stan. We got Charlie Barley on the other side, who has a severe vendetta against her for one too many losses at the Egg Festival. I'm not going to let that color my perception. Abigail, I like how she looks. I like the purple hair. I think she's cute. She's got a lot going for her in that regard. She is musically inclined. She plays the flute. She's kind of brooding. She eats rocks, which, I mean, I'm not really that into that. Hello, Charlie, by the way, showing up just in time as we're ranking Abigail here. I'm gonna say Abigail, for me personally, if I were to spend the day with Abigail, what would we even be doing? We'd probably be playing video games. She might be trying to peer pressure me into eating some quartz, which I don't know if I'm that big of a fan of that. I think I can safely put Abigail, for me, you know what? Abigail deserves some respect here. I'm going to put her in gold tier. I think there's room to improve. I don't think she's the best of the best, but I think she's up there for sure. Compared to some of these other characters, we have a lot to go through, so I'm not going to spend like super long time on all these people, but that's where I think we're going to stand for right now. All right. Alex. Alex is... I wasn't a huge fan of Alex when I first started out. I'm not going to lie. I was in the camp with everyone else that he's kind of pompous. He's kind of in his own head about a lot of things. But the more you get to know about him, the more the more you learn to appreciate him. Personally, I don't know if I'd like to spend the day with him, though, is the real thing. We'd be playing sports and stuff. That's 100% what we'd be doing. I feel like he'd run me ragged by, like we started at like 9 a.m. We were going to spend the whole day together. I'd be dead on my feet by 2 in the afternoon. 100%, maybe even earlier than that. I think Alex, in that regard, but he is like, I don't know. I think he's got a charming personality about him too. It's hard to say. Would I rather spend the day with him or Abigail? Probably Abigail, to be real with you. But I don't think he's that much lower. I'm gonna put Alex. I'm gonna put him in gold tier still. That might be a controversial take, but this is just where I feel right now. I know I'm probably breaking Charlie's heart with all these choices. Alex would definitely make you dry scoop some pre-workout. 100%. All right. Now we have the alien. This is the alien you get when you click the E too many times on the Stardew Valley title screen. He seems like a cool guy to me. Look, he's given us the peace sign. He obviously is not a hostile alien, or else he's just very, very charming and he knows what he's got some plans for us and he knows how to get on our good side. But it's working. And I mean, it's an alien. If you got to spend the day with anyone, it would be a Martian from outer space. 100%. I think the alien, just based on being an alien and aliens are cool, he's going straight to Iridium tier. Absolutely 100%. This guy, this is one of the people that works at JojaMart. or not at Joja Mart, but at like the Joja Corporation at the start of the game. He looks philosophical to me. He's a thinking kind of man. He's also the kind of man that I don't think he gets much done at work. Like, he's really good at putting on a face to make you think that he's working, when in reality, he's just browsing Reddit all day. And that's the kind of vibe I appreciate, honestly. He knows that Joja is a corrupt corporation, and he's just phoning it in, getting that paycheck as best he can. I respect it. At the same time, I don't think he has a very interesting personal life, honestly. I think he is an internet dweller, and if we were to spend the day together, I don't know that it would be that fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that this man, he's just a basic tier for me right now. He's pretty basic. I can't really make any extra calls on him beyond that. We don't have that much information to go on. This is just on a personal read. He's super basic. Birdie is wild. I think Birdie would be a really fun person to spend the day with, personally. I've never been to Ginger Island, so I have very limited knowledge of Birdie as a person. However, just one look at her tells me that she knows how to party. Okay? Do you see this hair? Do you see this outfit? The drip? She's got it going on. Birdie going straight into Iridium tier. I'd probably rather spend the day with her than the alien. I think she'd be a fun time. There's just something about Birdie. She seems like she'd be really cool, especially for her age. Like, she does it well. Birdie is too crusty. Look, we can't be judging people based on their crust levels here. I mean, we got crustier people coming up, so don't worry about it. Birdie straight into Iridium tier. All right, this is one of the overseers in the Joja Mart, in the Joja Corporation cutscene at the start of the game. This is the kind of man who goes home and he does his taxes on January 1st, is all I'm saying. This is the kind of man that is all business all the time. He is straight in Joja's pocket, going right into trash tier. I'm sorry, it has to be done. No shot that we're spending the day with this man. All right, we got the bouncer now. The bouncer, I mean, he in his own way, he's similar to this guy because he's got that sort of all business, no nonsense attitude. However, he's just like cooler, and he doesn't work for Joja. He works for Mr. Chi, and Mr. Chi knows how to pick him. I don't doubt that. So I don't know. He's the strong, silent type. I imagine if he took off that hat, he'd be a straight cue ball underneath. I don't know if we've canonically seen this man's head before, but I think he's probably bald under there. Which, I mean, that lends some street cred to him for sure. He's kind of got that Heisenberg thing going on. I'm going to go ahead and drop him. I think he's silver. I think there's something about the mysteriousness level about him, the mystique, that just pulls me in. Yeah, that feels right to me. All right. This dude would be a really fun time to hang out with, I'm pretty sure. This is the man who eats burgers at the Stardew Valley Fair. He just seems like a cool guy, honestly. We could probably, like, hang out, have some sandwiches, just talk about whatever. He seems like the kind of guy, to quote to one of the people in Hamilton, you could grab a beer with him, and even though I don't drink, I think it's still, he just got that colloquial attitude about him. I don't know. Something about this guy just gives me a good vibe. I'm gonna put him in the gold tier. Would I rather spend the day with? I'm gonna put him right. Let me see, right here. I think I'd rather spend the day with him than Alex, but I think Abigail's still got him beat. Beanie burger guy, exactly. Strikes me as a truck driver. You know what? I mean, truck drivers are some of the coolest people I've ever met. All right, we got an actual bus driver now. This is the only other person we see driving the bus besides Pam. He's the one who drives you to Stardew Valley. You got to give him some props for that one. He gets your whole game started. Without this man, there is no game. That automatically elevates him one tier above what you might otherwise expect. Beyond that, I don't think he's very sociable. Just like looking at him, he seems like the kind of guy who, after a long day at work, he just wants to go home and spend some time by himself. And if you were to try and spend the day with him, he would just do everything in his power. He would be like, oh, all right, we'll spend the day together on Wednesday, and then gets to Wednesday, and he like texts you like 15 minutes before you're supposed to meet up and be like, sorry, man, something came up, I can't meet up today, and you'd be like, oh, no worries, and then we'll just reschedule for Friday. How's Friday work? And you're like, yeah, Friday's good. And then Friday, you get to the movie theater or whatever you're going to, and he's like, he texts you again when you're like in line for the tickets, and he's like, hey, sorry, man, I something else came up. My other grandma died. I know my first grandma died like 2 days ago. I don't know. I think he's a little too flaky for me. But he's pretty basic. I think I'd rather spend the day with this guy, but this guy is, I mean, he still fits that basic tier for sure. All right. Now we actually have a character with a little bit of meat to work with, a little bit of substance here. We got Caroline. Caroline seems fun. I like tea, so I like Caroline. It's just as simple as that. If you're a tea fan, you have to like Caroline. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And, I don't know. She just seems like a cool mom. Like, I don't know if Abigail would necessarily agree with that. But something about Caroline, and plus, like, just the way she looks, her green hair, it speaks to me on a level that no one else quite does here. It's hard to say. It's hard to say about Caroline. There's just something that draws me into her. She's very understated. She's kind of reminds me of myself to a certain extent. But then, like, do I put her in a high tier because that would just be inflating my own ego? There's elements of her that remind me of myself. Just spend a trippy afternoon with Caroline. She does have that awesome tea room. That would be really, really cool to just, like, hang out in. I'm gonna put her. I don't think she quite makes it to Iridium tier, but I do think she's top of gold tier right now. I think she's in my personal estimation, that's a good landing spot for her. Clint, on the other hand, look. Clint, he's got some issues that he's got to work out before he can be good friends with anybody. He's always talking about himself and how depressed he is and just trying to make his way in the world and, oh, I'm a blacksmith. Yep, my grandfather was a blacksmith, and my great-grandfather was a blacksmith. And it's like, dude, come on. Can you please inject some life? Can you smile for once in your life? Holy crap. I don't know if he's necessarily trash tier. I don't think he's quite at the same level as this man. This man strikes me as, like, straight-up evil. Clint, there are aspects to like about Clint. I think he's a nice guy at the end of the day. I think I'd put Clint in the basic tier. I think he's top of basic right there. That seems like a reasonable spot for me. The clown at the Stardew Valley Fair. This is not your typical clown. He obviously does not want to be here. This is something where his parents were both clowns, and they just kind of pressured him into it, but he's obviously phoning it in. But, I mean, you gotta admit, the drip looks kind of right on him. He does pull it off pretty well. And if you were to spend the day with this guy, it would definitely be not doing clown-related things. He would be, I don't know. To me, let me take a look at him real quick. He strikes me as the kind of guy that he'd probably go out hiking. I think he goes hiking to get away from it all, to get away from the loud boisterousness of the circus and the children's birthday parties. I think he likes to get away in nature. And for that alone, that sounds like a fun time to me. I'm going to elevate him straight to silver tier. I think you could fall into the same trap as Clint to a certain extent, where he's going to be talking about how miserable he is with his job and how life just sucks in general. But I think you'll get less of that from this guy. I think he's going to be less talkative to begin with. He's the Clint of clowns. That's exactly where I'm landing with it, Jesse, yeah. I'm going to put him in silver tier for that reason. I do think, you know what? Yeah, no, that feels right to me. This man here, this guy's called Corner Guy. and I only recently discovered his existence. He stands in the corner of the movie theater, and if you talk to him, he just talks about how, like, breezy his pants are, or something. I don't quite understand this guy. He doesn't even go to the movies. He just stands in the movie theater, loitering about. He's the kind of guy that you don't want to be around, quite frankly. He's going in the trash tier. He freaks me out. I don't think he's actively evil, so I think we could do something like that. But something about him strikes me as a little bit off. Like, I feel like he's one bad day away from becoming a supervillain. Just like the Joker. Doesn't he want to sell something really expensive? Isn't that the guy? I don't have that guy on this list. He's the guy in the casino. I didn't get the casino NPCs for this list, so there's still NPCs missing from this list, but it is what it is. He picks tickets out of the trash to resell. Does he do that for real? I don't even know. Anyway, this guy here, this is the cowboy that works at Joja Corporation at the start of the game. This is the real-life incarnation of Woody from Toy Story. Except, like, he's all grown up. He does this weird thing in the cutscene where he, like, keeps licking his lips and, like, licking his teeth. And look at how wide his eyes are. This is a PG-13 stream, but based on, like, his mannerisms and his facial expressions, I think he's looking at a certain type of content at work. And as opposed to this guy who's, like, looking at, like, Reddit and just kind of... He's phoning it in. This guy just doesn't care. And he's actively working against Joja, which, I mean, I'm all for that. But at the same time, it is a job, so you have to do your work to a certain extent. It's hard to say. It's hard to say where this guy lands. I'm going to go ahead and put him in the basic tier just because I'm not quite sure where else to put him right now. But would I rather spend... I mean, no, he's freaking me out, dude. He's freaking me out. Some people... You're putting him in Iridium tier? I don't know about that. I think, like, I'm torn between, like, basic and trash tier right now myself. I'm just afraid. Help take me home. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of basic. Alright, this is the crane man. He just stands there in front of the crane machine all day, every day, so that you can't play it. Until the time where you actually can at the movie theater. Obviously, he's a bit of a nuisance. He's a bit inconsiderate. He doesn't want to share, but he's kind of like me in the regard that he's very dedicated. He's very persistent. He knows what he wants and he goes after it with a firm, dedicated ambition, regardless of how many people are standing behind him, yelling at him, throwing popcorn kernels at the back of his head. He doesn't care. And to a certain extent, I do have to respect it. However, at the end of the day, he is in the way of progress. He doesn't want to share. I don't think he'd be a fun person to spend the day with, to be at the end of the day. I think he's gonna have to go right about here. You know what? I'll put him right there. I still feel like there's something about this guy that you just don't want to be around. Obviously doing it for his YouTube channel, Iridium tier. All about that content, baby. People are saying trash tier. I can respect your choice to put him in trash tier, but this is where he lands for me. The Crop Fairy. What can you say about the Crop Fairy? She's a magical being, obviously. You interface with her very rarely. It doesn't happen all that often. In our 5 years so far, well, four and a half of The Price of Perfection, we've encountered her one time. But she's really, like... just does things out of the kindness of her heart. She helps you along. If you get her early on in your playthrough, it can be quite the boon. If you get her later on, when you've already got all your crops sort of in their own specific cycles, then she can kind of come in and mess that up sometime. Ruins speedruns trash tier. She ruins speedruns? Wouldn't she accelerate speedruns? Well, I guess it could go either way, technically. But... at the end of the day, I think her heart is in the good place. I think she's... I feel like gold tier is a good spot for her. Would I rather spend the day with a Crop Fairy? I mean, realistically, yeah, I want to see what kind of stuff goes on in the fairy realms. I put her right about there. That feels good to me. The cutscene takes a while and you can't skip it. Yeah, but how often do you get the cutscene? It's just a novel thing. You're like, ooh, look at that, it's the crop fairy. You guys are all talking about the unskippable cutscene. You get it like one time every 500 hours of playing Stardew Valley. It's like a 30-second cutscene. Like, chill out, come on. Alright, this is Dark Wizard Zarth from the 6-Heart event with Samuel. Now, he is a dark wizard. He's an evil person, but I feel like he might be one of those misunderstood villains. I think there's more to Zarth than meets the eye. Look at his scepter, number one. He's got like a bright star on it. That is, I think that he actually stole that though. So it is like, isn't that the Solarian staff that he stole? Did I say Samuel? I meant Samson. He is ginger. I have to give that. He has that going for him. I have a little bit of ginger pride with this guy. We do love a good villain. It's true. He's a little bit one note, but I think there could be more underneath his pointy hat that, I don't know. I want to know more about Zarth, and for that reason, I think I would like to spend the day with him. I'm going to go ahead and drop him up in here in silver tier. I think he falls into the same camp as the bouncer in that there's something there that I just want to know about. There's a sparkle of interest. Demetrius now. Demetrius is an actual character, so let's take a minute here. Demetrius is a scientist. I like that about him already. He talks about like rotoplasticane or whatever. He uses a lot of big words, but he uses them not to impress people. He just uses them like as in his own musings. Like, you'll talk to him and he'll be like talking to himself about diethylamine or something. So he is a smart man. At the same time, he's extremely overprotective of Maru from that one interaction that I had with him. It kind of gives me bad vibes. But I mean, it's like he's trying his best as a father. I think he's pretty chill at the end of the day. Like, if you're not stepping to Maru or stepping to Sebastian, I don't know how protective he is of Sebastian. I don't know what their relationship is like. I'm not going to speak to that. However, I do think that I don't know. Demetrius, he just seems like a nice guy to me. He sets up the mushroom cave for you. He sets up or the bat cave, whatever you prefer, out of the goodness of his heart. And I mean, it's also to benefit him because he does like some research with it. Allegedly, I've never seen him in that cave doing anything, but if he says that it's helping him out, then all the better, I guess. I feel like Demetrius can go up in here in the gold tier. I think he's pretty good. I would probably rather spend the day with him. I'm gonna put him right about here. Honestly, you know what? No, I think Abigail still beats him out, just barely. Just because she's a gamer, and I gotta give her that credit. He's kind of mean to Robin. I mean, all married life has its ups and downs. I think they're happy, all things told. All right, the Desert Trader. This woman, I believe she's a woman. She is referred to as she by Sandy, so we're gonna go with that. She is a godsend. There's no two ways about it. She gives you free coffee at the night market. She doesn't demand any kind of money. She negotiates purely by a bartering system, which I might be a little bit biased on that, just due to the fact that I'm doing a challenge where I have to spend as little money as possible. That definitely colors my perception of her to a certain extent. I don't think she's very talkative. I don't think that if you were to spend the day with her, I don't think that there'd be much of interest to talk about, but I think she does live a very cool lifestyle, I would have to think. She just seems kind of awesome, honestly. And she's got a pet camel. You know what, for the pet camel alone, I think Iridium is called for. I think she's going to go at the bottom of Iridium tier right now, but Iridium all the same. I think she's pretty cool. The free coffee, yeah, it's she's nice. She's pretty. She's with it. Now the dwarf. The dwarf is an interesting one to me because I feel like it's cool. Like if I were to spend the day with this guy, there would be some interesting things to see and to talk about as long as I have the Dwarvish translation guide on hand. That's the thing though, is that it's kind of washed over in the game itself, but in order to actually communicate with this guy, you have to have the Dwarvish translation guide, and if that were to be in real life, you'd have to be spending so much time like, okay, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? I'm gonna scour through my pages and look. Like, it's got to be a big thick book, and you're gonna take some time to have to actually process what he's saying. So there's a language barrier there for sure. But at the same time, he's, I don't know. He interests me. I want to know what's under that hood, if anything. It's again a little bit of that element of mystique that pulls me in. He is kind of basic, you're right about that. Like, he doesn't do a whole lot. He doesn't talk about much, and anytime he does talk about it, he seems kind of angry. I think he is, like, if you were to try to spend the day with him and you got him to, like, play video games with you or something, he's the kind of guy that would rage quit after losing to you one time in Mario Kart and just go home. Which is not the kind of friend that you really want to make. I think I'm going to go ahead and throw him in the basic tier for now. I think he's the top of basic, but basic nevertheless. I don't think he quite edges it out to silver. If there's just too many hurdles to jump over with this guy. He is cute. You know what? I do have to, because I have to talk about aesthetics too. Like, I'll bump him up here. I'm gonna bump him up at least the silver tier. You know what? I'm changing on my own mind. I'm pushing him all the way to the top of silver tier. I think he's got all three of these guys beaten out. I think that seems like a better spot for him. Gives you the dwarf rarecrow, which can unlock the deluxe rarecrow. I can't go based off that, even though it is part of the price of perfection. I mean, that would actually probably lower him in my estimation because he charges you for it. But I digress. We're moving on to Elliot here. Now, Elliot, I have had my ups and downs with in regards to him at certain times. Like, I feel like he comes across as a little bit pompous at first, but the more you get to know him, the more of a sweetheart he tends to be. And he's a writer, he's an artiste. I've never married him myself, but like, but Charlie says that he's a good husband. I'll take her word for it. Elliot's a mixed bag. I think he's got a lot going for him. He's a hermit at the end of the day. He likes his alone time, and I can relate to that, really. I don't think that we'd be spending the day out doing anything if I were to spend the day with Elliot. We'd probably just be, like, on the beach or hanging at his place. He's musically inclined. He's extra talented. He's a sweetheart. I think for these reasons alone, plus, like, the hair, he's got it going on with the hair. I can't deny that. And his drip is second to none. I think he's got to go up here in the gold tier. The question is would I rather spend the day with him or Abigail? Him or Abigail? Elliot or Abigail? I'm still going with Abigail on this one. Abigail's sticking it out there. I didn't think that I'd had that much of a soft spot for Abigail, but this is proving me wrong at this point. Alright, now Emily. Emily seems like a lot of fun. I think she could be a little bit too overwhelming for me. Like, I feel like if I were to spend the day with her, she's the type of person that you'd meet up with early in the day. Like, most of these other people, if you're planning to spend a day with them, you'd meet up maybe, I don't know, around like noon or so to get things started. With Emily, she'd be like, all right, show up at my house at 5 a.m. and I'll have the itinerary all planned out. And you go there, and every half hour you're changing activities to do something different. It would be a lot of fun at first. I feel like she's a very colorful and fun and creative person. But it could be very exhausting to be her friend. That said, she is a hard worker. She's loyal to the saloon and to Gus, and she's always got a smile on her face. She is cute. I can't deny that. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the blue hair personally, but she pulls it off just about as well as I think anyone could. Emily is iridium, you think? Sewing machine is cool. The sewing machine, you know what, that aspect of it, of the fact that she's like a seamstress and everything, that's a cool hobby to have. I think if you were to be friends with her, no, I don't think that you would, at least I personally wouldn't ask her to make things for me, to like sew things. But I think you could probably rely on just the fact that she's so bubbly and kind-hearted and such a good person that she'd just like make a scarf for you every now and again and just be like, just surprise you with it. I think for that aspect, I don't know if she quite makes it to iridium tier for me. I think we're gonna put her top of gold tier though. I think there's a strong, I think I'm strongly inclined towards liking Emily. I do think, like I said, that I'd be pretty exhausted after spending a day with her, but it would be a memorable day. And at the end of the day, that's all you can ask for. Some good memories with a fun friend. All right, Evelyn here. Evelyn, obviously, like, it's not going to be nearly as exciting as spending a day with Emily, or it's not going to be as action-packed or anything like that. But Evelyn is so sweet. I joke about it on The Price of Perfection from time to time. She's wanted a lot of Joja Cola in the past. I think that was just a happenstance, and you know what? She hasn't asked for one in a very long time, so I think she might have broken the habit. She's just, her heart's in the right place. The fact that she manages to keep George in line, I mean, George is a hard nose, and he's the fact that she manages to deal with that is very impressive to me. She's obviously got a strong will, a strong heart, a big heart. We stan Evelyn around here. I think that you could have a really interesting conversation with Evelyn. Like, obviously, if you've lived as long as Evelyn has, you've got a lot of stories to tell. And that would be just really interesting to hear about. You could spend multiple days with her and just learn so much, I imagine. And I think she was friends with Grandpa, too, so she's like a family friend in that regard. I think I'm going to bump her up to Iridium tier. I think you guys are right on the money with this one. Iridium Evelyn. I'm happy with that. I think I'm going to bump her right about there. That feels right to me. Evelyn is a saint. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Free cookies? Yeah. Evelyn is a blessing to this world. This is famous painter Lupini. If there was anyone who was going to be into, like, I don't know if I want to go in this direction, but if there's anyone in Stardew Valley who is going to be into NFTs, it's definitely this guy. Not just because he's an artist, but I mean, just look at him. That said, he does have a skill for painting for sure, but I think he's very arrogant about it. I think he's a good painter, and he knows it, and he wants to flaunt it in your face. I don't know what... Does he offer, like, decent prices for his paintings at the very least? I don't even know, because we don't pay attention to the prices of paintings. They're irrelevant to our purposes these days. Just that he's got that artist... I mean, that, like... This guy's got money, is the thing. But he still makes the time to come out to these, like, little night market fairs in Pelican Town. Obviously, it's not the Louvre. You're not making, like, a ton of money out here with all these country bumpkins, so maybe he's not as well off as we think that he is, or that it seems like he would be based on his suit. Maybe he's putting on airs. The more that I think about it, maybe there's... Oh, man. Maybe he's living a lie and he needs help, and this is a... Oh, geez. I'm writing my own little, like, personal headcanon fanfiction for him. $1,200 per painting? That's honestly not that bad. For something that you can use to decorate your house and it lasts forever. If he was asking like 5 digits for a painting, I'd be a little bit sus about that. That said, I also have to base it on aesthetics to a certain extent, and that mustache it's a choice. It's a choice that you can make. Not one that I would make personally. I'm gonna go ahead. He's straddling the line right now. I'm gonna throw him in basic tier here. I think I'd probably rather spend the day. I'm gonna put him right about here in basic tier. I don't think he quite follows the trash levels. I think that's a good spot for him. All right, this is the man who runs the fishing minigame at the Stardew Valley Fair. And despite the look on his face, the stoic look on his face, I think this is a man who really does it for the love of the game. I think that this is not someone that they just picked up off the street and were like, hey, like he got hired for the fair, and they're like, hey, we need someone to run the fishing minigame. Can you do that? And he's like, all right, I guess. Give me the raincoat and whatever. I think this is a guy who actually, if there was anyone who's going to be even more of a fisherman than Willy is, it's definitely this guy. He seems like a cool guy to me, all things considered. I feel like he'd have a lot of fun stories. I think you could go out on a boat with him and just have a fun day out on the lake or on the ocean or whatever. I think he's a little bit more hard-hearted than Willy would be. I think, like, when we eventually get to Willy, he's probably going to edge this guy out, just based on what we know about Willy. But I think this guy's at least got to go silver. And I feel like silver right about here, near the top of silver, right behind the dwarf, is a good spot for him. I think he looks like a frog. I can see it a little bit, but thankfully it's not one of those things that I can't unsee. Got your first star drop with his help. He does definitely help in that regard. It is a fun minigame, I can't deny that. Alright, this guy, we have to be careful here. We have to put biases aside. This is the man who runs the wheel at the Stardew Valley Fair. Do you think that he rigged the wheel on purpose? Do you think that he put it so that it's 75% green because, like, he just wants to mess with you? Or do you think that's just a byproduct and he's just sort of an innocent bystander? That's going to color my perception of him to a great degree here. He also has like a super villain mustache, like a 1950s era super villain mustache, the little curly thing, and the top hat. Like, the drip is there, but I don't know if I trust it. He rigged the game for you to help. But, like, he doesn't tell you that it's rigged. He might not actually know that it's rigged, or if he does know, he might be a little bit hesitant to let it on. He might be even, if anything, inclined to tell you to go orange. Because this is the evidence that I have, is that when you talk to Penny at the fair, she's like, I won the game too many times in a row, and this guy wouldn't let me play anymore. Which, I mean, that tells me that he knows a little bit more than he's letting on, probably. He's got this white glove, this single white glove. The other one's in his pocket, no doubt ready to pull out a Glock in case you win too many times in a row. I feel like he cannot be trusted. I'm gonna go ahead and drop him in. I think he's gonna go in basic tier. Is this the same man? We're throwing him right about here. Right about there is fine, I think. Thank you, real person. Happy that you're enjoying the stream so far. I know this is a bit of a different one, but I think we're having fun all the same. Alright, next up we got George. George has had a tough life. Like, he had that accident that put him in a wheelchair, and that has definitely colored his perception of the world, made him a little bit more callous, a little bit more cynical. I think that it's hard to really judge George based on those merits just because he has had a rough go of it. There is a sweet side to George when you start to really become friends with him. You can start to see elements of why he and Evelyn got together, why they've been together for so long. I think that he's loyal and devoted, but he has a tough time showing it. I think George is misunderstood by a lot of people. George gives you stone. I mean, there is that. I do think that he should probably take a little better care of his wardrobe. Like, he's had this single green stain on his shirt forever. I feel like he could probably do with a bit of an upgrade in that regard. But at the same time, it's hard to fault him for that. He's in a wheelchair, and, I mean, he can't discount everything because of that, but certain elements of life, I mean, I guess it is indicative of the fact that maybe he's let go, given up a little bit. and that's a little sad. But if you're good enough friends with him, I think George could be. I think George could be a good person to talk to. So precious with his leaks, it's so true. I think George cements himself firmly in the gold tier. Right about there. I would put him a little bit above Demetrius, personally. I think George, there's a heart of gold underneath all that crust. Alright. Now, Gil. Gil is so reserved, I guess is the best word to use for Gil. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to interact with you in any capacity. He only does it because he has to, more or less. Like, he doesn't really have a choice. Like, I imagine anytime I enter the Adventurers Guild, I could look over at Gil and I'd see him rolling his eyes, and he wouldn't even care that I saw him rolling his eyes. He'd be like, oh, this person again. I think Gil is honestly, like, I think he's kind of an ass. He's been through it all. He's a Chad. I don't know. I feel like he's like I think he fools you by looking like a fake grandpa, or like a really like sort of nice, friendly grandpa vibe to him. But I think he's rude. Yeah, I'm with you there, Lisa. I honestly. You wish that Gil and Marlon had more story to them. That would be nice if we had a little bit more to work with here. But based on what little that I do have to work with, I don't think Gil is going to trash tier, but I think he's definitely in basic tier. The question is where. I think that, I don't know, I'm willing to give Gil a chance. He does pull off his beard very well. The aesthetics, I always got to remind myself that the aesthetics are part of this too. I'm going to put him right there. No, Crane Man, get out of here. There we go. I want to like him, but he sounds so rude. That's where I'm at too. It's just, yeah. There's like, just looking at him, you want to like this man. There's something about him that draws you in, but then he just spits in your face. All right. I believe that these two are actually the same girl. I think that this is just her working at Jojo Mart, and then when the movie theater gets restored, she works at the concession instead. Now that I'm like looking at them side by side here. I think that she's stuck, right? I feel like I can relate to it to a certain extent. I think she got into this Jojo Mart job and just as like something to do over the summer, and it kind of spiraled out of control, and she's just kind of stuck in this rut where she feels the need to be there, but she doesn't like the job. Like, maybe she's friends with Shane, or at least talks passingly to Shane and Sam as when they work there. And she seems like she could be fairly amicable. She does seem a little bit happier when you get her to the concession stand. I think that, I don't know, just the atmosphere of the movie theater is a little bit better for her in general, but it does still suck that it's like a minimum wage job, and she probably feels like she is going to be there for the rest of her life and struggling to really reach her true ambition. I think she'd be a fun friend to hang out with for sure. She also is ginger. I mean, I have to give her that credit. She pulls it off well too. That's a good haircut. I'm gonna go ahead. I think she can go into the gold tier with the best of them. I think she can hang with the best of them up here. Let's see. Do I prefer her to Alex? I think I do. Do I prefer her to this guy? I think so. To the crop fairy. She's making her way up there. I think that's where she stops, and we're gonna put both of them up here because they're the same person. I'm pretty sure. Hello, Adlin. Welcome. I have a headcanon where there's this chick that has a secret crush on Shane that's not so secret, but Shane is so lost in his mental health issues that he doesn't notice. You've written like a whole little soap opera for them. I like that. I think her name is Clarice or something. Hello, Clarice. She has more dialogue in Stardew Valley Expanded. I mean, we can't talk about Stardew Valley Expanded. It's modded territory, so it's non-canon, but that is good to know, honestly. Now, the governor. The governor, you could say a lot about the governor, but there's also very little to work with. Like, he doesn't have good taste in soup. I think we can all agree to that, because, like, the soup at the luau, you can put in some pretty, like, reasonable materials, and he'd be like, it's just an average soup. And he's just kind of... It can feel kind of insulting. I also don't know what the heck he even does for the valley. Like, he never shows up except for the luau. What else is he doing with his time? Maybe, like, sure, there's probably other villages in Stardew Valley to attend to. He shows up, he puts on a smile. This is definitely a fake smile if I've ever seen one as well. He does have, like, nice strip. I do like the feather in his cap. The purple is maybe a little much, like, he's a little excessive with it, but he is, he knows his style and he sticks with his guns. I do love his mustache. Yeah, me too, honestly. I'm gonna go ahead and say that the governor, I don't think he's quite down with like these guys who are like very sussy. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in the basic tier. Probably right about there. That feels right. This is a super villain waiting to happen. All right. This is one that I saw in the when I was going through and making this tier list. I was like looking for sources for characters. I was watching the intro cutscene and I noticed that there's this picture on Grandpa's mantle, the fireplace mantle. This must be Grandma. We have very, very little to work with Grandma here. It's hard to tell. It's just a tiny little picture. She's very pixelated, but it's Grandma, dude. That's Evelyn, lol. That's not Evelyn, okay? It's Grandma. It just happens to look a little like Evelyn because they're I mean, maybe it is Evelyn. There's secret lore here. It looks like a chicken. Leapalot says that it must be Evelyn. I don't know if this is Evelyn, you guys. Like, why would Grandpa have a picture of Evelyn on his mantle? Maybe I don't want to know. Grandma equals Evelyn. It's freaking me out here. I don't know if I can fairly rate this if I don't actually know who it is. I think we have to. This is the rare situation. We have to go ahead, add a row below. We're gonna go ahead and change this to, I guess, like that. No, it would be something like this. And be like, what the heck? Nobody actually knows anything about this person. We're not sure. We're not sure where she lands, so that's where we're gonna have to leave her for right now. Grandpa, on the other hand, Grandpa is. I'm of two minds about Grandpa. Number one, like, he's obviously got his heart in the right place. He wants to help you out. He realizes that, I don't know, he has some cognitive abilities that you're going to eventually find yourself stuck in a rut and want to make a new life for yourself. At the same time, I feel like he knew more than he was actually letting on. He's got secrets, for sure. There's some stuff going on between Mr. Chi and Grandpa. He knew about the Junimos, undoubtedly. He's got like a Junimo on his mantle, for crying out loud. I feel like he could have set you up a little bit better for your trip to Stardew Valley to get your farm started. But at the same time, I do recognize the fact that he probably wanted you to be able to thrive on your own and learn things and discover them the way that he did, and he didn't want to ruin any of that magic for you. Like, literal, actual magic. And I can appreciate that to a certain degree. I think that... I don't know. I think Grandpa was maybe a little bit misguided. But I do think that he had your best interests at heart. It's hard to say. We don't know much about him beforehand here. before we met him on his literal deathbed. I'm gonna go ahead and put Grandpa. I think he can go. I think he might go all the way to silver. I'm debating between silver and gold tier. I honestly don't know. Grandpa's a bit of a tough one here. I think silver tier. I think high. No, I think gold tier. You know what? He's family. He's a sweetheart. I think there's redeeming qualities to Grandpa that we might just not be privy to yet. I think Grandpa is gonna go right about there. I think that's fine. All right, now Gunther. Gunther, I wish there was more to know about you, Gunther. I feel like you live a very exciting lifestyle. This is the kind of guy that, like, when he's not working his day job, he's out climbing mountains. He's got that cowboy hat, but he's not just rocking it because it's cool and he knows that he looks cool in it. He's an actual cowboy. He's got horses. He's got a farm. He's got a ranch, undoubtedly. I think that, like, if anyone... Maybe the reason that we don't know anything more about Gunther than we do is because if he were to really unleash his true potential, he's the only person in Stardew Valley that could compete with you for, like, being a productive member of society. Or for, like, making, there's a strong argument to be made that Gunther, there's something in his eyes that you can tell that he knows a little bit more than he's letting on, right? Gunther goes bungee jumping on the reg, absolutely. I think that Gunther, and also he just seems like a nice guy. Like, I feel like he's got a lot going for him. Like, he's probably smart, he's probably athletic, but he's also just, like, humble about it and wholesome, and he just keeps to himself. I'm talking myself into it. I think Gunther might be... I don't think I can put him up there in Iridium tier. I think he's going to go gold tier. He's going to go high gold tier. I think I would put Gunther right about there. That feels right for Gunther to me. And we're going to keep moving on because we still have quite a few characters to go. And we're almost an hour into this already. All right, Gus. Now, Gus is a sweetheart. He's... Like, he knows a lot about the townspeople. He mentions that from time to time, and I think that he's able to confide that in you, but he doesn't want to overwhelm you by telling you, like, all the different secrets and things that he knows. I think he needs, like, I feel like Gus is the person who is a rock for other people, because, I mean, obviously he's a bartender, he's the saloon owner, so he probably gets talked to a lot about other people's troubles when they go to the saloon. And he just has to kind of smile and put on a good face and do the best that he can. But he's a good fit for that. I feel like he's almost like the town's dad to a certain extent, even more so than Mayor Lewis. I think he tends to the needs of the town extremely well. Gives you a mini jukebox and a fridge. Yeah, he's generous. He's kind. When you see him in that cutscene with Linus, when he finds Linus digging through the trash, he doesn't want Linus to go hungry. He helps him out. He even prepares his own little feast for him. I think Gus is absolutely one of the highest quality NPCs that we got around here. Spending the day with him, I think, would also be interesting, just to get to know Gus a little bit more on a personal level. I don't know if he has that involved of a personal life. I feel like the saloon is his life to a certain extent, but I think he's happy with it too. I think he's found his niche and he's loving it. There are elements of it that he doesn't love, as there are with all of us. Gus has got to be up here. How is Birdie sticking out at the top? She's just so good. I really like Birdie, but honestly, we're putting Gus at the very, very tip top. Gus is up there, absolutely. He is dethroned, although not for long. Okay, so Haley, right? Haley. Obviously, I like Haley a whole lot. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy her, just how she looks, how she talks, her mannerisms. She's obviously, you gotta work a little bit to be her friend. It's give and take with Haley, 100%. If you were to spend the day with her, it would depend. I think there's a lot of different things you could get up to with Haley. Like, there's obviously, she'd probably want to go on a shopping trip, but she could also be persuaded, potentially, depending on where she is in her life. You could persuade her to go on, like, a nature hike and spend some time in the great outdoors with her. I think, like, Haley, at the end of the day, all memes and everything aside, I think Haley is really, really good. And obviously, I'm hugely biased. I'm hugely biased here, because, I mean, you all know my feelings about Haley from many playthroughs, but Haley is basic. Haley goes in the basic tier, undoubtedly. So basic. You guys are just, why are you doing this? Every time you say anything less than iridium or anything, look. We all knew this was going to happen, all right? No, hold on. Add a row above. I guess we'll go with that color there. No, wait, no, I'm still editing iridium. Hold on. All the way to the tippy tip top. This is perfection. It doesn't get any better than this. There you go. You knew it had to happen. If you knew me at all, you knew that I was gonna be a little bit biased in that one. Did the stream start early? It did start early a bit today, Marsley, just because I had a bit of a scheduling conflict, but there you go. Haley, welcome to your rightful spot on top here. Biased tier is needed. We're moving on. We got Harvey next, all right? Now, Harvey is one of the most, based on a lot of internet discourse and a lot of what people say just around the game, Harvey is one of the more forgettable bachelors. At the same time, I do think that he's got some stuff going for him. I think that he's got a stable job as a doctor. Obviously, maybe it's not the best place to be a doctor, but the fact that he's willing to stick it out and that he's, like, he enjoys the town, obviously. He loves living here. He likes the people. I just think that he's really shy at the end of the day, and he wants to be friends with more people than he realistically is, and he just doesn't know how to approach it. I think I relate to him to a certain extent. Shawnee do? It is Shawnee do. Harvey, like, when you really get to know Harvey and start talking to him and learn more about him, and he finally does break out of his shell to you, he's a pretty nice guy. That said, I think spending the day with him could be a little bit boring. I feel like it's one of those things where he wouldn't really know what he wants to do, and you'd be like, all right, Harvey, what do you want to do for the day? And he'd be like, oh, no, you pick. And I'd be like, no, I want to, like, see what you're interested in, Harvey. And he'd be like, oh, no, I insist. I wouldn't want to burden you. And it would just be kind of a hassle to get him to open up to you to a certain extent. At the same time, like, he also does need a better fitting coat. I feel like this coat, just based on what I see right here, he could do a little bit better for himself tailoring wise. Maybe he needs to talk to Emily. But he does definitely belong in gold tier. It's just a matter of where in gold tier. I'm gonna put Harvey right about here. I think that's a good spot for Harvey. Oh no, why is Harvey me? I think all of us can relate to Harvey to a certain extent. Alright. Hat Mouse. It's hard to say much about Hat Mouse. I feel like we all just know, collectively as a hive mind, where Hat Mouse needs to go here. Don't tell me you weren't thinking it too, okay? If anyone's gonna share that echelon with Haley, it's gotta be Hat Mouse. It has to be Hat Mouse. He is a godsend. He is too precious for this earth. Me sell hat, okay, poke. Moving right along. It's what the Hat Mouse deserves, exactly. Alright, we got the henchman now. The henchman, like, he's super derpy. Like, just looking at his face here, I don't know enough about this guy. I feel like he's not evil. Like, one look at this guy from a distance, you might think that he's like a Dark Souls monster just standing in your way, and you just gotta get past him. But when you really start talking to him, it feels like there could be more underneath the surface. Put Goblin in trash tier. Goblins love trash. Excuse me. He's definitely not trash tier, even if he would like the trash. I think that he's like got secret hobbies, and I feel like if you were to actually be able to befriend this guy, that you would learn a lot more about him, and he's almost in the same camp as Krobus to a certain extent, where he's like a monster. But whereas Krobus feels like he needs to, like, he's very wary of humans because he's a monster and he doesn't want to like trust anybody. I feel like the Goblin just doesn't know any better, and he just wants to be friends with everybody to a certain extent. He's obviously working for the witch, and so he's got his orders there, and he's loyal in that regard, which is a good sign at the end of the day. But I think he's easily persuaded. I think he's the kind of guy that after a hard day at work, he goes home and he does like macrame, or he does some kind of like weird hobby that you would never expect from this guy. Knits on the weekends. Exactly. We're on the same page there, Clementine. I'm gonna go ahead and put the henchman. I feel like he kind of deserves gold tier. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna put him at the base of gold tier. I think that's reasonable to me. I feel like he could be a little weird sometimes, and it would be a little hard to actually have a cogent conversation with him. But I think that at the end of the day, yeah, that feels right. Now, this lady she's another one of the employees that works for Joja Mart, or the Joja Corporation at the start of the game. And she is definitely not adhering to their dress code. I mean, neither is this guy, to be fair, but she's doing it in a way, like, she is so stylish. This is the first one that I feel like I am rating more on their aesthetics than I am on what I think of them as a person. She looks a bit like Jodie, you're not wrong. It's like Jodie in her younger years. But like, she's rocking that headband and the ponytail. It's really like she's got it going on. And you can tell that she's like happy. I don't know if that's like blissful ignorance to Joja as a corrupt corporation, or if maybe she just really, I don't know, enjoys the work that she does, and maybe she's secretly very evil and just is totally fine with Joja destroying lives and probably like destroying forests and stuff too. Would take you to chop wood after work. I could see that. I think she'd probably have a very bubbly personality. I think that she might have a secret dark side, but I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt in this one. I'm going to go ahead and put her in silver tier. I'm going to put her at the top of silver tier. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. She looks tired to you? I think she is trying her best to put on a happy face. I don't know. It's hard to say. You might be right. She might be tired. She might be exhausted from having to put on a smiling face for her Joja overseers all the time. Argon is psychoanalyzing a 16-pixel image of a lady. This is what we signed up for here, Marsh Buoy. All right, now Jas. I've made no secret about it that Jas is, at least aesthetically, one of my favorite characters. I think she's so cute. She's cute as a button. And people like have a strange disrespect or like, I don't know, animosity towards Jas for some reason. Like they have one interaction with her. They go and talk to her, and then she's like, "You smell like grass," or something, and then everyone just ascribes that to her for the rest of their lives, or for the rest of her life. It's like there's so much more to her. She's sweet. She's smart. I think she's going places in life. I honestly think that, like, Jas, if you were to, like, fast forward 30 years into the future, she could be the president. She could overtake the governor and actually do, like, a good job. I feel like she's going places in life. She started off on the right foot. She's had a tough time of it because like, obviously her parents are absent. She lives with Marnie and Shane, but they're doing their best for her. And honestly, I think despite her circumstances, the fact that she still puts on this cute little smile every day. She's very shy, obviously, but I mean, you can't really hold that against her. When we were her age, and like if a strange farmer just walked up to you and said like, "How are you doing, little lady?" we'd probably all run and scurry behind our parents, clutching their pant leg too. She just doesn't have the luxury of having the parents to hide behind, unfortunately. So she just has to do her best. Jas is definitely... I gotta put her up here in Iridium tier. I really do. I think she deserves to be right there. You know what? No. All the way. All the way. She's 9. Not in my world. She's like, I mean, we've been doing the Price of Perfection for like 5 years. She's like 14 at this point. We stand Jas around here, though. She's awesome. All right, now Jody. Jody is such a hard worker. That's the only thing. Anytime I look at Jody, I'm like, damn, girl, you need a vacation. But at the same time, like, she is... I don't know, she seems happy, but she also seems like there's definitely some problems that she needs to work out under the surface. She's built her whole life around her family and around just pleasing them and making everyone happy and being there and being the rock and taking care of everyone, and she's fully embraced that mama bear role. As a husband at war must be hard. I mean, yeah, you gotta think about that for her too. She's got it kind of tough as far as that family life goes, because like Kent is gone for the first year of the game, and who knows how long before that, and when he comes back, he's obviously got his own issues to work out, so he can't help Jody as much as she probably would like him to, but she doesn't want to breach that subject because it's very difficult, and she's already so committed and so figured out in her own ways, like, but Jody... I really do have to respect her. I think she's definitely going gold tier at the very least here. I'm gonna put her right there. I feel like, I mean, yeah, this just feels right to me. It's hard to really describe. It's hard to really pinpoint why I feel strongly about Jody like that, but I feel just when I put her there, that seems like the right spot to me. Jody feels like the kind of person who has lived a perfect life for 10 years before steadily getting worse and having a mental breakdown. She might not be far off from that. You might be right on the money there. I feel like there's some fan fiction that probably delves into that further than I can right now. But I digress. Let's move on to... What's your name? Kel? I'm sorry, you're so irrelevant and mean-spirited and mean-hearted that I can't even remember your name. They are, Leia's ex-boyfriend / girlfriend, depending on your gender, I believe. Look, there's not a lot to say about Kel. Everything that we have to know about them, there might be something more to that story that we're not seeing, but the hair swoop, though, they do have a little bit of fashion sense going about them, but I don't know if that can outweigh their smarmy attitude. They're the archetypical high school bully type, just looking at them. And if you were to spend the day with them, it's like I gotta drop them in trash tier. I'm so sorry. I don't know if we have any Kel stands in chat here. I'd probably put you about there. That seems right to me. That seems right. All right, we got Kent here. Kent is a mixed bag for me for sure. I don't feel like I know that much about Kent, despite having played the game so much and like having 10 hearts with him and everything like that. I feel like he's still just a stranger to me. He's so distant and he's in his own world after his experiences in the war. I think he's got a lot to work out, and he needs time to himself in order to take care of that. I don't think he's in a good position to be fathering his kids. Like, he's not fully there. He needs to be there for himself before he can be there for his family. But he's trying. He is trying. The fact that he's back and that he's doing his best to put in the effort, and you gotta put some respect on it for sure. It's hard for me to put him any higher than like silver tier though, just because I feel like it's so hard to get to know him, and I feel like I'm gonna put him probably right here, silver tier there. I think that's a fair spot for Kent. I feel like he could be a great guy if you really got to know him and really managed to break through his shell and get him the help that he needs, the therapy and everything. I think he could be a fantastic person to know. But as it stands, as he is right now, and as I know him, that's where I gotta put him. The music is kind of fitting here. Alright, we got Krobus now. So Krobus, we have a lot of Krobus fans in chat, and I mean, I'm one of them. I am definitely a Krobus fan. I do still wish that there was more to Krobus, though. Like, he's so... I don't know. He's so afraid, even after you befriend him and show him that humans can be nice people and that there's good-hearted people out there, and he was willing to accept you as a friend, but he's not willing to try and branch out and become friends with anybody else. He's always of the mind that you gotta keep... Like, if you become his housemate, you gotta keep it a secret. It's gotta be this whole big thing. And, I mean, maybe to a certain extent he's right. Maybe if the other villagers found out, there would be dire consequences. But I feel like he's just not willing to put in the work a lot of the time to give it a chance. But Krobus, I mean, I can't deny it. He's a very sweetheart. He's a big sweetheart at the end of the day. He's extremely huggable. Like, he is just a really nice guy. I just feel like there's something... he could be so much more if he just put himself a little bit more out there. That said, it's got to be said that Krobus does have to go to Iridium tier. I'm gonna put Krobus right about here. I think Krobus doesn't quite transcend into perfection tier, because I think there's elements to work out with Krobus, whereas these two are just, I mean, there's nothing else you need to add to them. They're already at their peak performance, so. He gives you a star drop and one of the most useful items in the game, though. He doesn't give them to you, he sells them to you. Which, I mean, for me, that's a bit of a non-starter. Everyone's gunning for perfection for Krobus. I gotta go with what my heart tells me on this one, and my heart is telling me that I would rather spend a day with Gus than I would with Krobus. It's all I'm saying. Leia now. Oh, Leia. Like, I don't talk about it a lot, but I do really like Leia. I think that she is up there with some of the best characters in the Valley. I think that she's got a lot going for her. She's artsy, she's woodsy. Like, she could beat you in an arm wrestling competition, no problem. She's, like, strong and she's independent, but she also does have, like, her insecurities, like we all do, and she's not afraid to let them out to you when you are her friend. Like, she wants to put on the art show, but she's never certain. She has had a lot to work through with Kel, but she's been the bigger person, I think, than Kel, because Kel is just, like, always, like, stalking her and trying to get back with her, and she's just like, no, like, I'm drawing boundaries. I think Leia is very... She has it together, more so than a lot of other characters that we've talked about so far. I think she's got to go Iridium for sure. I think Leia is up here. I think she's, like, way up here. I think she's right there. It's Leia, not Leia. I'll do what I want. This is my stream. get unsurpassable Z in here, we'll hash it out. All right, that feels right for Leia to me. Leo. I don't know frickin' anything about Leo. I've never been to Ginger Island. I don't really see people talking about him. He does have a great costume. I know he's friends with parrots, so he's got, I mean, he's got that Fluttershy factor going to him. He's being, like, befriending animals and stuff. Pardon me. He can move to the valley. He's a child, that's it. Like, does he have a real personality to speak of? Sweet little bird boy. Leo is baby. Leo is great. I mean, this is one where I kind of have to start taking your word for it. Just looking at him, it's hard for me to really know. I think he probably would be a cool person to get to know over time, and I'm excited for In the Price of Perfection when we actually get to meet him. I think he's one of those rare kids that will be, that's like where Jas is like very shy and reserved. I think that Leo is like, he could be friends with anybody no matter their age. He just doesn't care. He grew up on his own in the island, and he can be, and he's just very independent and probably outspoken. He has some of the best cutscenes in character development. I mean, just based on what little I do know about Leo, we're gonna stick him in gold tier for now, with the potential to go higher once I learn more. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put him right about here. That feels reasonable to me. He starts off very shy. I mean, he's probably just not trustworthy of people kind of like Krobus is, but maybe you get to know him. Yeah, we're gonna leave him there for right now. But that's one that I could amend in the future for sure. Mayor Lewis. This is a very divisive character. I mean, maybe it's not even that divisive. Maybe just a lot of people are like, the Mayor Lewis doesn't frickin' do anything for the town. Like, there's a lot to be said about Mayor Lewis. He does have a solid gold statue of himself. That is kind of damning. He doesn't do much in the way of trying to help you restore the community center, even when he says, like, oh, I wish that we could do something with this, but oh well. And then, like, he's just ready to up and sell it at the drop of a hat. At the same time, I do think that Lewis, despite all his shortcomings, I feel like his heart is in the right place. I just don't think that he knows. I think he's a bit of a pushover. Realistically, I think that he doesn't know when to put his foot down, or really how to govern, I guess. I think that he's like, he hosts all the he does hold all the festivals, that's true. Like, he tries to hold a sense of community together that way. That's a very fair point. He was friends with Grandpa. I mean, that's gotta say something. Also, I mean, I do respect his mustache and his hat. Like, I don't think that Lewis's wardrobe gets talked about often enough. I think he does do it right. I think he does it justice for sure. Doesn't even collect taxes from you. He ships your stuff. I mean, he does put in some work. I just don't know if he puts the work in all the right places. I feel like he's mayor by virtue of the fact that nobody else wanted to. He always says, like, no one else is running against me in mayor forever. And it's like, yeah, because no one else wants to be in that position, dude. Like, if Lewis was not the mayor, I think that a lot more people would like him, but the fact that he is the mayor is just, it's easier to, like, point out his flaws. As a character, though, I'm gonna go ahead. Might be a bit of a hot take. He's going into gold tier, though. Where do I put him in gold tier? Probably right about there. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this situation. Now, Linus. Linus is like the antithesis of Lewis. He's Lewis Nega. He's I don't know. People love Linus so much, and I am in the same camp. He's got that beard, he's got that wild man vibe going for him. He is He's Linus. It's hard to describe him. It's hard to describe Linus as anything other than Linus. Like, it's an adjective in and of itself. This man is Linus. He does things his own way. He marches to the beat of his own drum. I don't know, man. I think that he's got such mystique to him. I feel like he'd be a really interesting person to spend the day with. Just because he's got such a unique lifestyle. He knows what he wants. He doesn't want for much. And also, hold on. When you pass out, doesn't he, like, steal stuff from your pockets? Like, he pulls you out of the mines, but then, like, he's also like, oh, man, you lost some stuff. That's so weird. Like, he takes advantage of you to a certain extent in that regard. Even so, even with all that, I do think that Linus has got to be... I gotta judge him based on his merits and how much I see of him in vivo, and, like, how much, like, I learn about him as a person through talking to him and just through my experiences with him, and for that, I'm going to put him in gold. I don't think it quite makes it to Iridium, because I feel like there is some dark undercurrents there. He's got something... He's in cahoots with the wizard in some capacity. It's not canon, it's conspiracy theory, but I mean, it makes so much sense, though. Alright, Linus, you're gonna go right about there. I'm happy with that. Alright. The living off the land guy. Does this man have a name? I feel like he's like he's Lewis in a different outfit, just about. Maybe this is Lewis's side gig. Maybe when he gets tired of being mayor, he just goes off and dresses up in his fancy overalls, and it kind of does give me that vibe. I mean, he's more tan than Lewis, obviously, but who knows? I mean, who knows what kind of filters they're putting on? Living off the land guy. I mean, he does give you the advice, but I mean, it's also just a job. He kind of phones it in to a certain extent. I don't know if he necessarily... He's always got this cup of coffee here. I never see him drink from it. Maybe he does, but I don't have a memory of it. It might, for all I know, that might just be like one of those fake coffee cups, or like fake cups where it's just like you see a piece of brownish black plastic at the top of it to give the illusion that it's coffee, but if you it's actually just like a prop. Living off the land is his retirement gig. He does strike me as the kind of guy who's probably retired and just wants something to fill the time, and maybe he's just learned so much and he's willing to pass it along. I don't know if living off the land was this guy's idea, or if it's just... I don't know. I feel like he can cement himself firmly in the silver tier for me. I'd probably put him right about there. The show is like 2 seconds, though. I mean, we only tune in for 2 seconds. For all we know, it's like a 30-minute show, and we just have the attention span of a tadpole. When will you decorate the farm? Once the tier list is done, we're getting there. We only got, 39 more people to go, something like that. Yikes. Alright, this is another Joja employee from the start of the game, from the cutscene. He looks like frickin' Super Mario after Mario let himself go. It looks like Mario after Peach divorced him, or something like that. He's got, I don't know. He's got a very sad vibe about him. I feel like this man might be even sadder and more depressed than Clint is, and that says something. That really says something. I feel like behind those glasses, he's hiding a world worth of just hurt and depression, and he's just waiting for the first person to show him any kind of tenderness or kindness, and he's just gonna open up to them and be like, oh man, my life sucks, it's so bad, I've been working at this job for 50 years and I don't have any kind of, my pension sucks, and I don't like any of my coworkers, and like, I feel like he'd just bring you down, honestly. for that reason, I don't think he goes in trash tier. But I think he definitely, he's got to go basic tier. I think he's gonna go probably right about there. Like, I think, and the irony is I think these guys probably hate each other, but I digress. Now Marlin. Marlin's got some stories to tell. I mean, he's got the eye patch, he's got the cape, he's an actual Dark Souls NPC. Living in Stardew Valley. He somehow managed to transcend his own universe and arrive in the valley. And I think that he's definitely, like I said, got stories to tell. I think if you were to spend the day with him, I don't know if you'd be doing much. I feel like you just like spend the day just talking and learning about his conquests in other parts of the world and back in his youth and what he would do. And he could be like a sword master training you, kind of like in Avatar where Sokka gets trained by I forget his name, but the sword master there. I feel like Marlin's got that sort of vibe going for him. He's almost like a master, like a kung fu master type of guy. I do wish that I'm with you guys. I do wish that there was more to him, like story-wise, or if you could like give him gifts or anything, have some heart events or something. That would definitely go a long way in that regard. But I also think that it kind of fits his character, that he is just sort of this lone wolf type. He doesn't want necessarily to be friends with any new people. He's content where he is in life. He's lived his life, and he's happy in the spot that he is. And he doesn't have all these daily worries and woes that everyone else does. He's mastered it. He knows where he is. For this, I think Marlin is gonna go. I think we gotta put him in Iridium tier. I think there's a lot to like about Marlin. I'm gonna put Marlin right about there. Now Marlin moving right along into Marnie. Isn't there like Marlin? He says something at the flower dance, I think, about like, oh, Marnie looks so good today, or something like that. And it's the only thing he ever says about anyone else in the frickin' valley. It's the only little insight you get into his personality and what he might like. But we're not talking about Marlin, we're talking about Marnie herself. So Marnie, people get on Marnie's case a lot because she stares at her microwave for many hours a day. She's not there when you want her to be there to sell you things. She's, I don't know, she's in it with Mayor Lewis. She's in sort of cahoots with him, maybe working behind the scenes to help him with his own nefarious deeds. Who the heck knows? But Marnie, you really do have to give her some credit. She takes care of Jas alongside Shane, obviously. Shane definitely puts in some work there, too. But, like, in lieu of Jas's parents, she's there for her. She does maintain a regular workout schedule, which is more than most of us could probably say. She's there at the aerobics class every Tuesday. She could definitely have some better time management skills. I'm not going to dispute that. Her hair is what it is. I mean, I do like this kind of braid that she's got going on, but it feels like it's a little too wild, and I feel like maybe she could put a little more care into it. I honestly think that Marnie is the type where she feels like she puts in a lot of work into the things that she does, and it just doesn't show. Like for her, a day's work is a lot harder than the average person. You know what I mean? It's hard to really describe it, but like for her, I feel like even just like getting out of bed and doing just the basic things, maybe she suffers from depression to a certain extent, because I suffer from depression and I kind of relate to that vibe of where just even the most mundane, simple things can be a challenge to get through. But the fact that she still puts her best out there, puts her best foot forward with a smile on her face, I'm going to throw Marnie in the gold tier. We're going to go ahead and probably put her, I feel like right here is a good spot for Marnie. We're loading up this gold tier, by the way. This is, I just like a lot of characters, I guess. Is what I'm learning right now. Speaking of characters I like, we got Maru coming up next. Maru, she's smart. She's pretty. I like how she looks. I like her glasses. I like her hair. She does the overalls honestly pretty well. I do think that she's a little more reserved than she really needs to be. Like, she's a lot of the times in her own head. Maybe she gets that from Demetrius, where like he's often talking to himself and talking about his own ideas in his own little world. I think Maru definitely inherits that from him. However, I do think that when you do get a chance to talk to her about her interests and really get to know her on a personal level, I think there's a lot to like about Maru. She's a great character. Yeah, she's underrated, honestly. I feel that too, to a high degree. I feel like even I underrate her. When I really think about what there is to like and dislike about Maru, it's hard to put too much in the con column as opposed to the pro column. And for those reasons, I think we can. Does she make it all the way to Iridium tier is the real question here. I think she might. I'm gonna put Maru. Strangely, I mean, I'm discovering things about myself with this choice. I think she's going here. Yeah. I need to give Maru more of a chance maybe next time I do a playthrough. Maybe we'll look more into her, but based on just her heart events and stuff alone. Surprising myself with that one. Anyway. Moving on, we got the mermaid here. There's not a lot to say about the mermaid. You get the pearl from her if you do the little secret note. This is the mermaid from the Mermaid Show. I don't know if it's the same mermaid that shows up at Ginger Island, because I know that there is one that shows up there. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's kind of in the same camp as the alien, right? Where, like, if you could spend a day with a mermaid, that would be an experience you'd take with you for the rest of your life. She is also, like, charming. She's got those long, flowing blue locks. Again, like I said with Emily, I'm not really super into the blue hair, but it fits a mermaid quite nicely. I feel like she might be kind of bland at the end of the day, though. Like, I feel like, whereas with the alien, he's got a lot of things. Like, he seems like the alien, there's definitely more to know about than the mermaid. I feel like the mermaid just kind of does her own thing. This might even just be like a lady in a mermaid costume for all we freaking know. Who knows? But I'm going to go ahead and drop, I think you guys are right on the money with this one. Kind of one note. Exactly. We're going to go ahead and put her in silver. Feeling like a little like here silver. Maybe that's a bit of a hot take. Maybe the mermaid deserves better than this. But silver seems like a reasonable spot there. Oh, Morris. What can you say about Morris? Like... I want to give Morris the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if I feel like he's bought into Joja's shtick, hook, line, and sinker. I think that Morris believes he's doing the right thing a lot of the time. I think that Morris sees Pelican Town and sees not like a little nice homey community vibe of people that just want to get by on the simple things in life. I think he sees people who are living in the dark ages and don't know how bad they have it. I think he thinks that JojaMart is doing this place a service, and I don't know if I can hold that against Morris specifically. That said, he does make it very hard to like him, because even when he sees that he's actively hurting the local economy by like the things that he does to hurt Pierre's business and everything else therein, he still has a smile on his face. Maybe he's put himself into the delusion that this is all for the greater good, but he definitely doesn't carry himself like that. He seems like he actively enjoys hurting people and like ruining lives to a certain extent. So I do think that, unfortunately, Morris, even though there might be a little more to you, in a different timeline, you might have been the protagonist that we all need. Right now, you're trash tier. I'm sorry. Are you the bottom of trash tier? No. This guy is definitely, like, I was trying to point at my monitor like you can see my finger. This guy is definitely... This guy here is definitely worse than Morris, 100%. Cactus fruit. I just see cactus fruit, exclamation point cactus fruit. We don't have it yet. Don't worry. I don't know how much time we're going to get to hunt for the cactus fruit today. I didn't know that this tier list was going to take so long, but let's keep going. I'm going to take a drink of water real quick. All right. Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi is a very enigmatic figure. I think less so now in version 1.5, now that we see like his walnut room and have all the different quests that he's got going for you. I think that he is, he enables a lot of potential for you. He sees your character, and maybe it's by virtue of the fact that he knew your grandpa, and that maybe they had some sort of deal or bargain and he's trying to follow through with that. Or maybe he legitimately just does see that there's something special about you as a farmer. But he wants to cultivate that. He wants to be your mentor. You think I should put him in question mark tier? I mean, how would you imagine a day with Mr. Chi going to begin with? Number one, just based on aesthetics, that's one of our defining criteria. He's absolutely killing it. I don't think anyone would dispute that. On anybody else, I feel like this would be a very gaudy look. Like if you saw Clint roll up in this outfit, you'd be like, come on, Clint, stop trying so hard. But Mr. Chi is about the only person who could really cement this look and make it work. He's got that going for him for sure. A day with Chi would be stressful. I don't think it would. I think that honestly, Mr. Chi, he puts you through your paces by making you do all these different quests and all this sort of stuff. But I think if you were to actually like spend a day with him, he would probably make it a day to remember. He's not one of the people who'd be like, all right, we're going to go to the movies, or we're even going to go to like Disneyland or something. I mean, that would be exciting in itself. I think that he has some tricks up his sleeve that are still not known to us even to this day. And I think that he's just waiting for the right chance to open up to us and help and let us into his own little secret world. He's just got that sort of an enigmatic thing going for him. I'm going to go ahead and drop him. I don't think he quite makes it to Iridium tier. I feel like he needs a little more defining characteristics to him, but I think Gold is a safe place for him. Maybe right about there. It'd be a fun adventure. The music, though. This music, it got a little intense all of a sudden. Don't worry about it. Sam's band is going hard on this one. All right. This is the guy who warps you home from the night market. I'm not convinced that this is not just 3 Junimos in a trench coat, basically. I don't know. I feel like if you pulled the hood back on this thing, it's not what you expect it to be. I feel like he's trying way too hard to put on this mysterious vibe. Maybe he really is some sort of eldritch being. Maybe it's Mr. Chi. Maybe, I don't know. There are definitely some similarities to be gleaned there. Warp guy would be great to play Magic with. I don't know. I feel like he's if he is what he looks like, and you were to play Magic with him, he'd be playing the meta really hard. I feel like this is the kind of guy that is, if he were to play video games, he'd be the sweatiest player you ever played against. He's gonna be going on game FAQs, looking up the ultimate primo strategy guides for every single thing. He's like, before he even plays the game, he's gonna know every single piece about it. He's gonna help write the wiki, probably. He's got that kind of a know-it-all vibe to him, and I don't know if I appreciate that. I think I'm gonna go ahead. Like I've said before that I do like an enigmatic thing, and like the mystique of some of these characters has elevated them in my estimation. But I feel like there's just, like, this guy he's the archetypical version of that, and it just doesn't interest me enough. And it's not like he even has really magic powers, as far as I know. He's just like, hey, here's a farm warp totem to send you back to your farm. And he dresses it up like it's some big spectacle, but like, dude, I can craft those myself. It's not that big of a deal. So, for all these reasons, he's gonna go in, I think silver tier is maybe even a little too generous for him. Put him right there. You know, put him right there. I'd rather spend the day with the bouncer, probably. Thank you, Flying Duck. Glad you're able to make the stream. It's a bit of a different one, I know, but hope you're enjoying it. Alright, now we got the Old Mariner. This is the one who gives you the, or sells you, I shouldn't say give, because give and sell are very different things. They're very important to delineate. He sells you the Mermaid's Pendant once you've reached a certain threshold of hearts with your significant other, with your spouse, or with your would-be spouse, I suppose. I think this man is actually a literal ghost, according to the canon of the games, right? Isn't there a book about that he's, like, actually just a spirit? He's a ghost, that's pretty cool. Honestly, gold tier, he sells you what you need to marry Haley. I mean, that's true, but at the same time, he can't just, like, give it to me. He can't just hand it to me on a silver platter or something like that. I don't know, I feel like there's definitely a lot to learn about this guy. I feel like he probably had a very interesting life when he was alive, and being a ghost in and of itself makes him very cool. I'm gonna go ahead and drop him in the gold tier. I'd probably put him right here as far as gold goes. Why would a ghost need money? It's true. That doesn't make much sense, but we'll roll with it. Alright, before I move on here, I am going to run to the washroom really quick. I'll let you all just browse my tastes for the moment instead of sending you off to the saloon like I normally do. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? In before Pam gets perfection tier? Not even close. Look, Pam... Let me make sure that I actually turn my microphone back on first. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Pam, she is... I mean, I hate to say it. I don't think Pam's a very good person. I think she could try a lot harder. I think that she, is just very set in her ways and of that sort of opinion of like, oh, poor me. And I think she did it to herself to a certain extent. I don't think she's gonna go like into trash here or anything like that. I think there's definitely elements of her to like. I don't personally like her choice of hairstyle or her wardrobe really, but I do. This might be a hot take. I don't know how many Pam fans we got out here, but I'm not a huge Pam fan myself. She's drunk 24/7 and only gives public transit or transport. Exactly. Plus, like, she's... I don't know, maybe I have a bit of a spiteful vendetta of my own against her because she is one of the roadblocks or part of the roadblock anyway that's preventing us from getting the cactus fruit in the Price of Perfection challenge. Because she does run the bus and she charges you for the ticket. Well, I guess you buy the ticket from the machine and give it to her, so I mean, it's not really that fair, but this is the face I ascribe to that, so we're gonna throw her in basic tier. Probably, would I rather spend the day with her or Clint? Probably right about there is fine, yeah. You fix the bus and she doesn't give you a ride for free. Exactly. Well, I mean, I guess they never know that you're the one that fixed the bus at the end of the day. All right, we got to speed run some of this stuff because I do want to get to the farm. I want to have at least like a couple hours of doing stuff on the farm. So let's talk about all these the rest of these ones a little bit more quickly here. Penny gotta go way the heck up here. Penny is honestly, we're dropping Penny right the heck up here at the top of Iridium. I don't think she quite makes it to perfection. She's very close, honestly. She's at the precipice. If anyone else was going to be in perfection, it probably would be Penny. But I feel like there's just a little something holding her back. I feel like she has not fully realized her true potential. But what is holding her back? I'm trying to reconcile that with myself right now. And you know what? It's hard for me to say. Doesn't Penny stop tutoring if you marry her? I don't think she does. Doesn't she still go out and do her stuff when you marry her? Yeah, she still sticks to her guns. She's just got her heart in the right place. She's tutoring. She's got a difficult home life, obviously, living in the trailer and everything. And that's part of why I feel bad for her and always want to, like, marry her to bring her to my home and help her out that way. I'm gonna go ahead. I think this is a good spot to leave her. Pam is holding her back, yeah. I mean, that's for sure. Like, she's very dedicated to her mom. She loves her mom, obviously. She wants the best for her. But at the end of the day, she needs to live her own life, and she needs to break out of that shell and really excel. I feel like if she were to just realize that Pam is not going to improve in the situation that they're in, then she could probably soar for sure. And Haley has reached her full potential? I don't think so. I mean, Haley is... We don't need to talk about Haley anymore. This is my tier list. Alright, Pierre. I know we have a lot of Pierre haters around here, and he does talk, like, exclusively about money 24/7, basically. But the rare instances that you get a glimpse into his own personal life, when he's talking about, like, opera singing and that sort of stuff, he seems like he could be at least vaguely interesting. That said, I think it's a hard exterior to break through. I'm going to throw Pierre in the basic tier, personally. I think he's high basic. I think he's above these two, but not much higher than that. Pierre is trash. I don't know if how I feel about that. I think Pierre is like... I think he's got some good bones in his body. I think he's got a good moral compass compared to a lot of these, compared to these people down here. All right. Professor Snail is another one that I don't have a lot of information on. He seems like a cool guy. He seems kind of kooky and kind of fun to be around. He almost looks like a cereal mascot to me. Like you'd see this guy on a box of Snail-O's or something. I think Professor Snail is honestly, he's got stories to tell, much like Marlon and a lot of the other older folks that we've encountered so far. I'm gonna throw Snail right up here in the gold tier. I feel like Professor Snail fits in nicely right there. Seems like he was at Woodstock. Seems chill as heck. Absolutely true. All right, this is the purple-haired tourist who's admiring Marnie's cheese wheel at the Stardew Valley Fair. She's got that drip going on. I do have to respect her choice of outfit. The purple hair does her some favors as well. I do like that. But she is, like, I don't know, actively rooting against us a lot of the time, it feels like, when we were at the Grange display, and she's like, oh, that's a big cheese wheel, and she probably is like, I mean, not that Marnie needs any extra help when Lewis is the one judging, but I do think that this girl is, I think she's into all kinds of different music, and maybe not the music that you would even expect just looking at her. And you could learn a thing or two. That said, I don't think I'd personally be that interested, because I've said many times that I'm not really that into music. But she strikes me as a musically inclined person. I don't know, I think she could be fun to hang out with. 5 out of 10 for liking cheese, excuse me. She can also be found at the Chi Casino. Okay. So she likes to party it up on the weekends is what you're telling me. We're going to go ahead and put her in the silver tier. And I feel like right about there feels right to me. All right, the Queen of Sauce. The Queen of Sauce is the cooking mama of Stardew Valley in pretty much every sense of the word. And I think that she does what she does well, and she knows it. She's almost like a Gordon Ramsay type too, where I feel like if you got on her bad side, it could be pretty bad. But as long as you're on her good side, and she like teaches you all these recipes, she's got, I don't know if these are like special effects on her TV show, or if she's an actual genie of some kind. But at the end of the day, I do have to go with my gut and just say that she's up here in the gold tier as well. I'm gonna go ahead and pop her right about there. Completes perfection or can help. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that aspect of it too. All right, this guy, as opposed to this guy, this other JoJo Overseer from the start of the game, I feel like this guy, you can just tell a little bit by his hairstyle. He's not as conservative, not as in line with JoJo's ideals as this other guy. I feel like this guy's got a little bit of hesitation about him. Either that, or he's like the JoJo CEO. It could go either way. It's really hard to say just based on these pixels that I got right here. But even with that, I don't know if I can elevate him much higher than like a basic tier. Something like that. He's still like, I feel like I'd rather get to know this guy than this guy, but I feel like not much more. I feel like there's still 2 peas in a pod to a certain extent. All right, Robin. I really like Robin, honestly. Both aesthetically and personality-wise, I think she's got a lot going for her. She builds buildings, like she charges reasonable prices for the buildings. She gives you renovations and stuff for free. I think she's a very cool mom. I think Robin's pretty great, honest, all things told. I don't even know if I can come up with too many cons for Robin. I think that she's just I don't know, I think she could be a bit of a stickler sometimes. Like, if you don't do things exactly the right way, then she could maybe get on your case a little bit. She might be a bit of a perfectionist that way. However, I think that even so, she's still pretty good. This is getting a little, I gotta zoom out a little bit here. We're gonna go ahead and put Robin. I think Robin could go into Iridium tier. I think she could hang with the best of them, honestly. We'll go ahead and drop Robin right about there. Or there. I'm gonna put her there. Alright. Samson, Samuel, whatever you want to call him. He's rocking that hair. He's got the little lick at the front. He's got ambitions of being a musician. He's a good older brother, honestly, to Vincent. We appreciate good siblings in this house. He can be a little rebellious at times. Like, I feel like obviously Mayor Lewis kind of gets on his case during that one skateboarding cutscene or whatever, but at the same time, I do think that that Sam, he's an anarchist to a certain degree. And I think he embraces that, but I also think he's got a good heart. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. If he commits himself and really puts himself out there, I think he could go places. You don't know 100% that he's nice to Vincent. I mean, based on like their interactions that I've seen, it seems like he's It seems like they're pretty good brothers to each other, honestly. You always forget about Sam. I don't know much about Sam as far as like a marriage candidate goes. I feel like he's honestly even more forgettable for me than Harvey. I feel like he's just a little too bland in that regard. I do think that he could definitely commit himself a little bit more. And if he did, then he would be a little bit better in my eyes, a little bit higher in higher regard. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and drop him in silver. I think high silver, though. I think probably the highest silver we've gotten yet. All right. This music does not fit Sandy whatsoever. Sandy is amazing, okay? Her hair alone and her outfit, it already skyrockets her into, like, some of the highest echelons we got around here. She's great. Sandy is... And then, like, going into her personality, I do so wish that there was more to know about Sandy. Like, you can befriend her and you can, like, get her up to 10 hearts and everything, but I feel like nothing much changes with Sandy. If you could get her to move into the valley with you, that would be so awesome. Sam over the dwarf? Yeah, the dwarf doesn't interest me as much. But I feel like Sandy could be, she's, like, I think the fact that she's friends with Emily, honestly, is, that's very fitting, because I feel like they're both very bubbly, vibrant personalities. They could easily get along with each other, and they obviously do. I think I'm going to go ahead and drop Sandy. Honestly, I feel like she could go all the way to Iridium tier. I'm going to put her at the base of Iridium tier, but she's Iridium all the same. We definitely respect Sandy around here. Alright. Now, Sebastian. Sebastian, I do relate to in many different ways. Like, he's into tabletop role-playing games, he's into coding and computers and video games, he's a recluse. I can relate to all of those. What I can't necessarily relate to is his choice of wardrobe and his, I don't know, he feels like he's stuck in his goth phase from like when he was 13 years old. Just never transcended from that. But, I mean, he does rock it pretty well. I can't deny that. He's got a, you know, like his resting face is not necessarily ideal. He makes no bones about the fact that he doesn't really want to be friends with you if you, like, push him hard. He's honest, he's brutally honest sometimes. But when you really get to know him, he does start to open up and be a pretty nice guy. I'm going to go ahead. I think he's got to go into... It's not a phase, Argon. I think he's got to go into gold tier, honestly. I think there's still a lot to like about Sebastian, despite his brooding, almost trying too hard exterior. He might not like it, but he's going right here next to Demetrius. He's so sweet. He is sweet in some capacities, for sure, once you actually get to know him. I can attest to that. And honestly, Shane is kind of in the same boat. Shane is a roller coaster of a character. He goes through so much different stuff throughout your experience with him in Stardew Valley. It's kind of wild. Like, Shane, he starts off absolutely just hating you, and then you sort of work with him, and you start to see sort of why he is the way he is, and his bad habits and things, and you can sort of help him along, but he doesn't quite reach his true potential. He does obviously break out of his bad habits. He hits his rock bottom and he starts to bounce back up. He's there for Jas. He definitely puts her first, which I gotta respect. I feel like Shane could be so much better if he just like applied himself just a little bit more. The blue chickens, he does give you the blue chickens. I mean, there's something to be said about that. Shane's theme alone puts him in a high tier for me. I've not been considering the music, but that is something worth considering potentially. I do think at the end of the day, Shane is still a good character. He's got a good character arc about him. I would be remiss to put him anywhere less than gold tier. I think a pretty high gold tier, honestly. I'm going to go ahead and drop him right above there. No, I'm right there, yeah. Shane is good but bad. They couldn't have summed it up better than myself. All right, here we have Simon. Simon is actually like the boss baby, but like slightly more grown up than usual. Like I feel like this is a child that you look at him, he doesn't have any words. You never talk to him. Like you try to talk to him, he's just sitting there holding this freaking lollipop, staring at it like he's getting ready to commit a war crime with it. You could base like a Saturday morning cartoon around this child and his exploits to try and conquer the world. And I would watch the show, don't get me wrong, but to be friends with this guy, I feel like would just be such a hassle. I don't know. I feel like honestly, like I don't know if he's quite trash tier, but I feel like he's basic still. Like I feel like I probably still, I don't know. Simon, like he doesn't do it for me. Simon is such a vibe. We got a lot of Simon fans in chat here. I don't know. Simon's going right here. And I'm not afraid to say it. Simon's mom, on the other hand, I do think that she is probably a bit of a pushover based on Simon. But she loves him clearly. She probably puts in her best effort despite his demanding tendencies, no doubt. I believe she also shows up in the cutscene at the very start with all the JoJo workers. She's one of the employees there, which goes to show that, I mean, she's probably not loving her job. She's doing her best, living her best life. We gotta put some respect on the moms. I've honestly, like, all the moms have been pretty high up here so far. And I think Simon's mom, despite not knowing too much about her, I think she can go in the gold tier just for... Like, she took her kid out to this fair, even despite her no doubt hectic work schedule. We're gonna go ahead and put Simon's mom right here, right above Professor Snail. Where's Simon from though? Never seen him in Stardew Valley. He's at the Stardew Valley Fair. He's one of the tourists there. All right, this is the skeleton working at JoJo Mart. I mean, you gotta give him some credit, or give them some credit. You can't really tell if it's who they might have been, but they really put themselves out there. They gave it their all at their job. They were loyal to the very end, and there's something to be said about that. There's something to be said about that. I mean, they really gave it their all. They really did, and I feel like, just based on this alone, maybe they didn't give it their all in the right direction, to the right purpose, but they were committed to the end. It's obviously to their detriment at this point. I think I can cement the skeleton firmly in the silver tier. I think being too much of a workaholic is one thing. He's gonna go right about right there. No, there. Like, he's definitely... Someone get this dude some therapy. Are the two Chloes the same person? Which ones are the two Chloes? I mean, these are the same person right here. That's the only one I know that are... are the two Chloes, like, from Frugal Farm and from Lazy Farm the same person? I would say they're the same person, but from different timelines. Anyway, this is the lady who runs the slingshot game at the fair. And as opposed to this guy running the fishing mini game, this girl, she's a hustler. You can tell just by the look on her face. She makes no secret about it. She wants to take your money. She wants to take your tokens for all that they're worth and wants to leave you penniless on the street. But that's what she is like at work. At home, do I think she's any different? Do I think that she's that tendency carries into her home life, into her personal life? I do think that there's a chance. Honestly, I don't know if I trust anyone who rocks pigtails like that. But she might be doing that just for the fair, who knows? She might let her hair down after the fact. We're gonna throw her in the basic tier. I don't think she quite makes it down to this evil tier here. I'd probably put her right about there. to be real with you. This is the person, I believe it's a lady who sells you star tokens at the Stardew Valley Fair. This is the definition of someone who is content with their job and nothing more. Like, she just comes in, does the work, goes home, and forgets that she was at work and, like, puts it out of her mind, focuses on her other pursuits. When she's at home, what does she do? She probably... I think she writes blogs. She looks like a blogger to me. Potentially, she's at home working on those, like, what... I don't know how this fair gets around or, like, what sort of other jobs that she does. If it's like a traveling fair or if she works other fairs, but she's probably pretty worldly in that regard if she is making a route to all these different destinations, and she could probably do a travel blog of some kind. I'd be into that, honestly. I think I could safely certify her as a gold tier member right here. I'm gonna go ahead and plop her. I think she'd be interesting to talk to. I think right about there is a good spot for her. All right, moving right along, we got our final row here. She's vegan. Everyone in Stardew Valley is vegan, just about. Because there's not a lot of options for meat, as far as I can tell. Anyway, this is the lady who takes your tokens at the fair and gives you prizes. I think she actually quite enjoys her job. Much like this fishing minigame guy, I think she's pretty passionate about it, and she also does arts and crafts at home, 100%. She's got that vibe about her where she goes on scrapbooking weekends, no doubt. But I don't know if that's enough. Like honestly, like I feel like this lady here is probably more interesting. I feel like this girl here could get a little bit annoying to a certain extent. I feel like she might talk a little bit too much and talk about like weird stuff. Like she might not have much of a filter. It could be a little tough to get a word in edgewise with her. We're gonna go ahead and put her in silver tier, I think, instead. I will go ahead and put you right about... I'll put you here. No, here. That feels more accurate to me. She sells you a star drop and a rare crow, but I mean that's just part of her job. She doesn't like, they're not hers. That's just part of the fair stock. All right, this is the strongman at the fair. This is easy gold tier, no doubt. This man absolutely would be one of the funnest people you could ever hang out with. I think he would be so friendly and so fun. I think that, like, he's just in love. Like, I don't even know if he knows that he's working a job at the fair. I think he might just show up at random places throughout the valley with his strength machine and like test it and be like, man, like, even if you, I don't remember what he says, if you have like a really low strength score, I think he feels bad for you and he gives you a token. But he does also, like, he enables you to get tokens without having to spend money, which is something I'm always here for, obviously. I'm gonna go ahead and drop him right about here. No. I'm gonna drop him right about there. I think he'd be a fun friend to hang out with. Pretty neat guy, exactly. Speaking of neat guys, look at this man here, this submarine captain. Holy crap. The dude's got the drip of the century, number one. Like, I don't even know if that's a work uniform. I think that he's, like, honestly, like, he uses this submarine for other purposes, and he just, like, rents it to the night market for this little fishing trawler minigame every year, but then he's like off actually using it for real purposes. I think he's extremely worldly. I think he could be a really interesting guy to get to know, to talk to. And I think, honestly, I'm gonna put him in the gold tier as well. This gold tier is very packed, I realize, but there's just so many good characters in the game. We're gonna go ahead and put you almost based exclusively off looks alone. You're going right here, and I'm not afraid. Alright, this man right here, this is the kind of guy who, if he found the... This is the guy I was talking about in the previous stream, where if he found the seed for the price of perfection, and he knew how to look up the cactus fruit, he would absolutely tell us all where it is. And he would think that he was doing us a service. He'd be like, hey, here's the answer that you've been seeking for, or that you've been searching for. He's oblivious. He doesn't know... Like, he is the definition of a corny tourist, for sure. I don't think he's quite trashed here, but he's definitely not above basic. I'd probably throw you right about here. There's not much more to say about that guy. He's just, you know, he is what he is. You look at him, you get one glance at him, there's not much more to glean than that. Alright. This is possibly the most anticipated character on this list for me. The Traveling Merchant. I have such a storied history with this woman. I realize that I'm like probably well over the time I should have been spending on this tier list to begin with, but I need to spend some time on this woman because she has been such like a boon and a bane at the same time. She enables so much different stuff with just her traveling cart, like all the different things that she has to sell you. She was instrumental, no doubt, in the no level up challenge. She's been instrumental in the price of perfection. I think many different challenge runs can hinge upon her. Speed runs and stuff can also benefit from her, and like that sort of thing. But that's talking about like game mechanics, which it's outside the scope of this conversation. As a person, I like how she looks. I like what she's got going on. She's got that pet pig, and I do think that she really takes good care of that pig. I think she loves that pig with all her heart and soul. I don't think it's just one of those things where like the pig and her are working together. I think that they are basically siblings. I think she grew up with that pig. The prices that she sets can be a little inflated, but I do think that she puts herself in pretty dangerous circumstances if her stories are to be believed, where she goes like to the Gotoro Empire and smuggles things out. She's got to live a very interesting life. She's probably a little greedy. She's probably wealthy. I mean, at the end of the day, I think I think she can go home and be comfortable living. I don't think that she has... I think she's very much a lone wolf type. Like, obviously, a traveling cart, a traveling merchant like that, she's probably moving all over the place all the time. It's hard to really commit to anyone. Should have put the pig on the list. I do think, honestly, though, in my heart of hearts, I know where she belongs. I think she belongs somewhere up in this range. It's just a matter of where. We appreciate the traveling merchant around here. And I think I appreciate her about this much. I feel like that's accurate to me. She knows her worth. Yeah, she knows her worth. She works it well. Wears it well, even. Where does she come from? Nobody knows. That's her own little secret to keep to herself. Straight Iridium. Straight to the top of Iridium, just about. Alright, Vincent. Vincent is a cool kid. He's boisterous, he's out there, he doesn't have a filter. He doesn't care that he doesn't have a filter. He likes you to know that he goes digging through the trash, or not digging through the trash, but digging through the dirt. And he loves his worms and his bugs, and he is kind of mean-spirited sometimes towards Jas. Like, he's got that sort of, I don't know, I think he likes Jas more than he lets on. I don't think he has a crush on her or anything. I think he's still definitely harping for Penny, as he says. Vincent has the weirdest cutscene. He has some bizarre knowledge, that's for sure. I don't know where he learned the stuff about spring onions. But just looking at his face, it's hard to put him any lower than like gold tier here. He's got to go up here, honestly. Pickle jar rag, everybody. Vincent, you're precious. You're a sight for sore eyes a lot of the time. I'm gonna throw you right there. That feels right to me. Where did he get the weird statue? I think that's a Mr. Chi original, the statue that you get in his bedroom. I don't think Vincent knows a dang thing about that. Alright, this is the Volcano Dwarf. I don't really know anything about this guy other than that he exists on Ginger Island. I put the regular dwarf that we actually know and get to befriend a decent amount, like in the silver tier here. And this guy I feel like is even more of an archetypical dwarf type. I don't think there's that much more. I honestly think that this dwarf, even with his even with like the little that you get to know about him, he seems like more of a friendly guy than this dwarf, just like looking at him. I think this dwarf goes straight into the basic tier. Like I said, I've never been to Ginger Island. I don't really know enough about this guy to make any informed decisions. But it feels like right here is a good spot to me. All right, we're closing in on the end here. Let's run it through. We got the Weatherman. The Weatherman, I've seen some. I'm sure we all seen clips of weather people online, and like they come in all different shapes and sizes, right? As far as like personalities go, some of them make it really fun, and like you kind of want to tune into the weather for their personality to an extent. They're almost like a radio host in that way. Some of them are just, you can just tell that they're reading off the teleprompter. They don't really care. They just want to get through their day. What does this guy strike me as? He strikes me as probably somewhere in between. I think he has his good days and his bad days. I think some days he's like, all right, I'm going to try really hard to make this an entertaining broadcast and a forecast today. And then some days he gets there and he's just like, there's like no one's watching this. Why am I even bothering anymore? And he gets in those ruts, as we all do. I think he's very vanilla. I don't know if there's a lot to this guy. And I think vanilla puts you straight in the silver tier. Probably somewhere like here. No, yeah, right about there. Nope, one below the dwarf. Young Morris. Do you think it's old broadcasts of Morris? I mean, it couldn't be. It's got to be the forecast, so it's got to be up to date. But there are some similarities there between Morris for sure. All right, Welwick. I have a love-hate relationship with you, Welwick. It's not really your fault. I don't think you decide the luck of the day. I think you read the stars and the bones and whatever else. But also, why you got to charge money for my fortune to be told at the Stardew Valley Fair? You can't just charge star tokens like a normal person? Come on, Welwick. But Welwick does have that mystical angle going for them. They've got, like that crystal ball, I don't think is necessarily a prop. I think that might actually be a relic from an age gone by. Would I want to spend a day with Welwick, an actual, like, psychic fortune teller? I feel like I'd be afraid. Like, like, the temptation there to ask Welwick, like, oh, who am I gonna marry? When am I gonna die? Like all these different questions that you could potentially have answered. And I don't know how Welwick would be in that situation. I don't know whether they'd be more inclined to answer them and sate your curiosity, or if they want to be like, I don't want to give you that information because that could really hamper your life and your lifestyle. The fortune at the fair is never helpful. I don't know. Welwick is a mixed bag for me. For that reason, you're going into silver tier. I think you're going high silver tier, though. I think I'd probably put you right there. All right. Willie? Now, Willie has a heart of gold, in my opinion. I think Willie loves his life, and he's not afraid to show it. He's living his best life. He knows what he wants out of life. He's made it to exactly where he wants to be. And he's just happy to share the love of fishing with everybody that he comes across. Whether they want to or not, he doesn't really care. He's just open to... He wants to be himself, and he doesn't care who knows and who sees. He's the kind of guy that would, you know, dance like everybody's watching. Willie is up there for sure. I think he probably transcends the gold tier and goes up into iridium. but how far into Iridium? I think Willy. I'm gonna put Willy right there, right behind Maru. I think he'd be a lot of fun. I think there's definitely some stories to be learned there. He is a little bit one note, which is unfortunate, but it's that one note, he does it so well that it's hard to fault him for it. Alright. The Witch. The Witch gives you black slimes at your slime hutch, and she's got her witch's hut where you can sacrifice like strange buns and stuff to cause weird effects. I don't even really know. I think she's like actually, like, you might look at the witch and be like, oh, she looks so archetypically like a witch that there's got to be more to her. There's got to be some sort of secret to unfold. They do a sort of like reversal of the trope of the regular witch, of the Wicked Witch of the West. But I don't think that that's true. I think she might actually just be straight evil. But she's evil in kind of a fun cartoon villain way, where she makes it, she's not like these people down here where they're actively just like mean-spirited. This witch is just kind of goofy about it. She marches to the beat of her own drum, as I've said before. Her backstory with the wizard is fun. It's true, yeah, they do have a history between them. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the witch. Honestly, I think she could go all the way to the silver tier. No, I can't in good conscience put her above like the likes of these folks here. Or maybe I can. I don't know. It's my tier list. I'm gonna do what I want. There we go. No, she's better than the clown, 100%. I don't know half of these people. Are you telling me you don't know? You don't know the burger-eating tourist at Stardew Valley? All right, 2 more to go. We got the wizard here. The wizard, I gotta separate myself from the Price of Perfection challenge, where he is the main reason that's gonna take so much money to get to where we need to be. The wizard is actually extremely, extremely cool. I like the wizard. I think that he's, he can be a little pompous and arrogant about, like, oh, you don't know magic, you'll never be as smart as I am. It takes so many years to master the arcane studies. Now be gone with you, and all that sort of stuff. Like, but he does know a thing or two, and he's obviously very talented. And he does enable the community center for you. He helps you out when you really need it. He kind of is a bit of a jerk about it sometimes. Junimo huts. He does enable some really cool stuff with the buildings that he does let you have, although it just costs so much money and so many resources. But the wizard is definitely up there in the gold tier. I don't think he transcends quite to Iridium tier, but we will go ahead and place him... I'll put him there. Right there with Marnie feels right to me. You have to rate a building. This is not a building. This is the altar of Yoba, which means we're rating Yoba, okay? Yoba is not a character you ever see in Stardew Valley, but they are talked about ad nauseum. Well, not really ad nauseum. They're sort of mentioned in passing. Yoba is the god of Stardew Valley, as far as I know. So it's hard for me to put them on a tier list, because, like, what if they hear this and then they extend the search for the cactus fruit by infinity? We gotta put some respect on Yoba's name. I don't know how much of the game's luck elements are influenced by them. I think distinctly we gotta put him in the question mark tier. We don't have enough information here, and I don't feel like I can make an informed decision. I think this is how Yoba would want it. Yoba is love, Yoba is life. All right. Am I happy with this layout here? Are there any last minute changes I want to make before I really, for real, actually play Stardew Valley for a little bit? Looking at it, yeah. I think I can certifiably put my Argon stamp of approval on this one, clip it and ship it. This is the definitive Stardew Valley tier list. These are all the characters in the game, at least most of them. If you find any that I missed, then, I mean, it is what it is. Move Haley to basic, then you're good. You must be new. Yoba is a false god. I think this is fine. What do you guys think, chat? Do you agree or disagree with this list? Actually looks pretty good to me. Krobus should be in perfection tier. Totally objective list, indeed, indeed. Leo and Krobus in perfection. Perfection is a very rare designation. Like, I'm almost hesitant to keep Hatmas up here, to be honest with you, but we'll let it ride. Sebastian deserves better, though. Sebastian's in gold tier. I mean, he doesn't do that much for me. Move Pierre to trash. Which deserves better? I mean, I might come back to this tomorrow and be like, oh man, what was I thinking? Putting Cowboy Worker this far down in the basic tier. What in the world? But for now, I think this is totally fine by me. So let's go ahead. Now that we've done this, this took a lot more time than I thought it would. Maybe I should have realized that when I had like 90 plus characters on this tier list. But I had fun with it, and I hope you enjoyed watching it all the same. Let me see, reset this. Can I save this? I don't know if this will like show anything if I actually if I click it, so we're not going to worry about that for right now. I'm going to go ahead and pop you on over to the saloon for a brief moment, and we'll get into Stardew Valley here in a second. Log into. We'll download the image. We'll post it on the Discord later for everyone to make fun of me for. All right. Something a little bit different to do today. I know it was maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but I had fun with it, and I hope you did as well. Now let me load up the actual game here. Well, you know what I do need to do before I actually load into the game here? I need to change out my mods, because in order to do some things and like get some of the pictures I needed for the tier list, I had to go to like specific areas, and I used some modding technology to do that. So let me go ahead and switch those around. How did it all work out? I will post the tier list in the Discord at a later date, or maybe I'll upload it somewhere and share it in the description or something. But for right now, I think it you can go back and watch the VOD and see how it all shaped out. I think it was a fun time. Let me go ahead and pop on over here. Where are my mods at? Alright, we'll get rid of these guys right here. We can leave the rest. Good to go. It took a long time. Yeah, that was like 2.5 hours of straight up just tier list and talking about stuff. Obviously, it was all in good fun. I mean, of course, it was a completely objective, factual tier list. You can't dispute anything that I said in that tier list, so it'll go down in history as the definitive Stardew Valley character ranking. And if you have anything to say about it, then, I mean, my DMs are open, I guess. Alright. There was no new fan art today, by the way, now that we're actually getting into the actual game here. No new fan art to speak of, unfortunately, but that's alright. It is what it is. Let me go ahead and pause my music here. Alright. So, weird as it might seem, 2.5 hours into the stream, we're going to go ahead and get actually started with some Price of Perfection stuff here, but not in the way that you might be used to. Because I did want to mix it up a little bit, not just in with the tier list, but in also with the game. We want to do a little bit of farm redecorating, so I'm going to forego most of my chores for now. What the heck is this outfit, man? I'm gonna switch back to the trash outfit for the time being. This one just doesn't feel right to me. Welcome to the stream, Rango. We've been going for about 2.5 hours, but we're only just now getting into the actual game because we did a tier list at the start, just to mix things up a little bit. I think it was a fun time. I'm gonna go ahead and do something like that, and we'll put this away. Oh, geez. I guess we'll put it in here for right now, but we'll probably change that around later. You should make a farm decorating outfit. I don't know if I have the time for that. I don't want to decorate myself. I just want to decorate the farm mainly. So I think we're gonna go ahead and start. Let's get the garbage out of the way. I'm not gonna do the greenhouse or anything like that. We'll go ahead and pick all this stuff up, just so it's not too much in our face. There we go. Just get all this out of the way. We'll go do our garbage run, of course. Wouldn't it be crazy if in the midst of all this chaos and this like weirdo stream that we got going on, if we got the cactus fruit? That would be kind of wild. You never know. You never know when this thing's going to show up. This might be the sort of chaotic energy that we need in order to summon it. We will find out shortly. We'll see how in favor the cactus fruit gods are of my tier list, I guess. Hope you're all enjoying the stream so far, though. All right. I don't know if I have any mods in here either. I haven't seen any. I saw Charlie at the very start, but I think she probably dipped out by now. And I haven't seen anyone else since, so I might have to do more trash on my own, but it is what it is. Cactus fruit is 50%. Either it happens or it doesn't. I'm with you. No worries, Rango. Thanks for tuning in for the little bit that you could. Have a good one there. All right, so I want to start with the interior of my house here and see, like, what can I do better here? These crystallariums are unsightly. I don't want my house to be, like, fully crystallarium town. So I think, honestly, I'm content to leave this room like it is, but the rest of the crystallariums, I would rather do something else with this space. I feel like, so I know they're in the middle of their cycles here, but let's go ahead and change these out and get started in here. You're kind of here. Hi, welcome, Decay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And if you guys have any ideas for how you want the farm laid out or what I might be doing right or wrong in this context, let me know. I'm happy to make adjustments as per your purview, because I'm not usually... This is not my forte by any stretch of the imagination. Make a crystallarium area on your farm. That probably is the way to go, honestly. Like, move these 38 plus crystallariums that will eventually have out to a different spot. For right now, we'll go ahead and dump all them in there. These charcoal kilns don't need to be here anymore either. This space is so barren, though, is the real problem. What do we have that we can, like, craft to spice this place up a little bit? Is there anything interesting that we could make to... Like, you can't put flooring on the inside of your house, or, like, pathways on the inside of your house. We can make some tubs of flowers or some wicked statues. Wicked statues could be kind of fun. That would be nice when, like, Krobus gets here, in order to actually welcome him a little bit. Because didn't Krobus give us... No, I think it was the dwarf that gave us this statue, so maybe or this statue recipe, so maybe Krobus wouldn't be that big of a fan of it? Hard to say. You can place floors down in your house, like the little pathways and stuff? That I did not know. Man, there's just so much to do, so many places I could start with this, and I just don't know where. I kind of like how we have this room set up right here. This, I think, is fine for right now. This room could stand to be a little better. I don't think we really need these, like, beds at all, to be real with you. But what else are we going to put here, I guess? What if we do something like, we do this a little more symmetrical, right? Move this. I'm going to move all you. What if we put the bed, like, something like this? Can we put the Junimo in the bed? That'd be super cute. Oh my god. I kind of love it. Can we put a little... This is so silly, but I do like it. There's our little children in bed like that. Oh my gosh, craft some tubs of flowers for decoration. Tim Beeb does seem to like that one, so that might be a good way to go about it. Our capsule here, it's a broken capsule. I don't know if it really fits the vibe that we got going. Pickle jar rag, don't worry, it'll start up again. We just gotta make sure, we gotta make some tough decisions here as to where we want to put things. Chloe finally has kids in her bed. All right, so this bed, I do like having this as the bedroom. It's kind of weird that it's like open like this. It would be not a good idea to put our bedroom up here because that's so far away. Like if anything, we should move the bed a little bit closer probably. Maybe like even move it away from the wall. I know it's kind of weird to have a bed away from the wall like that. I kind of like the carpet a little bit there. I feel like the prairie, like this could be a little gaming room or something. That could be fun, but I don't know what else we like. This is the problem that I run into with decorating on this farm as well, is that I don't have access to that much furniture or anything, so we got to get a little creative with it. Having a closed bedroom looks really good. You could make a close the wall at Robin's. We opened it up previously, but it might be better to close it. What about a bedroom in the back left room? Like up here? This is our sewing room right now, and I kind of like the vibe that that's got going on. I don't really want to touch that. Let's go ahead and I think I might have to move this for right now. Just let's just make it so that there's nothing in the way of that wall if we want to put it there. Let's go see if we like how the wall looks when we put it in. I also probably am going to be open to moving this fish pond around. I think we could do, like, this is not going to be the only redecorating stream in all likelihood. I don't think I'm going to do it every stream going forward here. Like, it's not going to be, like, a consistent series of streams. But this is going to be the start of something, of a long-term project for sure. Doesn't Robin sell furniture recipes? We already bought all the recipes that we needed from Robin. Ooh, an ancient sword. Don't think we need that, actually, but... Oh, no, you're soaked. All right, make house renovations. Let's see here. Close the bedroom. I do like having a closed bedroom, honestly. Like, the open space, we're not really doing much with it, so I think that's probably fine. Anything else we want to do? I don't think so. I don't think we want to remove any of the rooms, so that's fine. You can make some clay pots and grow tea plants for decorations. I could make some garden pots and just grow, like, a bunch of different stuff for decorations. Like, it doesn't even necessarily need to be tea saplings. It could just be, like, random little crops. Depending on what we want. Explodes the wall into existence. She is kind of a miracle worker when it comes to that construction. Alright, thankfully the green rug did not need to be moved. It was one space away. Alright. So now we go ahead and we can pop this up here. I don't think having the arcade system in our bedroom is necessarily conducive to a good night's sleep. I think I do kind of like the idea of making this almost a sort of gaming room. Like, what if we could throw a little jukebox in the corner here. When we inevitably eventually do get the Junimo Carp arcade system, we could actually just have them sort of lined up here. If I had another table, that would be nice, but I don't think we have access to another table. The bed would look better one tile to the right, you think? Something like that. And then we can move this. I don't know how I like this painting here. Do I want it centered above the bed? Do I want to pull the bed out a little bit? This chest will have to be moved. I'll probably move this chest outside in order to facilitate a crystallarium farm outside instead. grow some sunflowers in garden pots for when Haley visits. I agree with that, honestly. Sunflowers would look pretty nice. Let's see, how do we want to do this? I do like these tea saplings here for right now. I think this area is honestly fine as it is. The kitchen could probably use a little bit of a facelift. I don't really like these kegs right here. They are beneficial to have in the house, but for like these coffee plants and stuff. But to be honest, I don't even know if I really like the coffee plants here. I might prefer if we moved like the coffee plants to flank these, so we only have like the 4 coffee plants, and then we can have a few kegs down here instead. I think that could work out better. So let me go ahead, get rid of these for right now. Also gonna, oh, can you not like, what the heck? You have to axe the tea sapling first, or how does that work? There we go. Maybe TV in the game room? That could be a good idea, honestly. Little boop, 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 and boop. I guess I didn't really need to get rid of those. I was just going to leave them there. We could have saved the fertilizer and stuff, but it's fine. Could you build a greenhouse room with plants and windows? Ooh, like a little tea room like Caroline? That could be fun. So I do like having the TV accessible in a spot like that. We're not doing much with this room right now. I could put another, what if we put one of our rare crows in the bed there as well? That could be kind of cute. Like, where is the... I have you down here right now protecting that spot. This wood path, you know what? Get out of here for right now. We're going to be probably changing some of that around anyway. I'm going to go ahead and move you to be the protector down here. I got to be careful with this. Hold on. Okay, I don't know if they can actually fall in the water or not, the rare crows, but I don't want to risk it. And you're going to come up here and go in the bed with Greg. I think that'll be cute. There we go. 2 peas in a pod. You guys think this would be a good tea room? We could definitely do a tea room there, I think. We'll move these back to make the sort of dining room area almost like a leisure room. Just like leave this as it was. We could... I like the table kind of how it's set up here already. I know this is not much of a change, obviously, but I think those do fit in well there still. I think that's fine. 1 second. There we go. Everything is right in the world again. They can, Sat? Oh, the rare crows can fall in the water. You lost your alien rare crow that way? That's so sad. Oh, I'm sorry. If only you could buy the furniture catalog, that would be so nice. Not within our budget, unfortunately. Alright. Got those out of the way at least. We could like have... Like, do we have any other ideas for rooms? Like, we got the tea room that we want to do. Because we could sacrifice this crystallarium room and just move all the crystallariums outside. I do kind of like having the crystallariums in here just as a reminder. But we don't need to have that dedicated to crystallariums, honestly. Your wine was also ready. We're not going to worry about it for right now. I mean, while these are here, it's a good idea, but we're focusing mainly on redecorating right now. Let's go ahead and pop some of these down just to, you know, liven up the place. We'll do a little bit of like that. And then just some kegs down here, I think is a good idea. I don't think we need to use all 5 necessarily. I think just having those 4 right there is a good idea. And we can plant some coffee right in there. Something like that. Go ahead and grab the watering can. Do we have any deluxe? We do actually have some deluxe retaining soil. That's good. We have just barely enough to make it work. The watering can is over here. I should have remembered that. Pop that in there. Make a Timbeeb room. I think Timbeeb would rather have a space outside, to be real with you. Like a little play area outside or something like that. That could be pretty cute. I think this strange capsule fits better outside. I think we need some lighting in here. What lighting can you do? Can you like make these, can you make, what are these? Like these sort of braziers and stuff? A barrel brazier? Carved brazier? And put them in the house? We can try it. Let me give one a shot here. So it's some hardwood and some coal. Hardwood and coal. Just give it a whirl. Little carved brazier. You can put these in here. And then you can be like, okay, so we can get some lighting going that way. Do we prefer any of the braziers one over another? Like the skull braziers, I don't know if they're quite the vibe I'm going for. Stone braziers are honestly not that bad. Gold braziers. Iron lampposts. I feel like lampposts are probably better served outside. I feel like the braziers kind of fit better of an interior aesthetic. But what sort of braziers do we want? Like, I don't know if we need any in the kitchen. Like, we're not going to be doing much in the kitchen at night. I feel like, decorate your cave with braziers. Maybe we don't need a lot of lighting inside, because we're not spending a lot of time in here at night. And when we do, we just come in and go to bed, so why would you want the light, right? But they could make good decorative options, so it's good to have that on the table. I don't know, man. I just don't know. There's so many different ways we could go with this. Looks like a fire hazard. You did have all the furnaces inside it one time, though, and the charcoal kilns. Never forget. Speaking of charcoal kilns, we'll just go ahead and deposit these elsewhere for right now. Don't need to worry about them. We'll go to bed and we'll take care of the rest of this. Whatever. I don't even know what the heck we got going on down here. We'll take care of more of this stuff tomorrow. We're going to be behind on our chores as far as like hops and wine and stuff goes. No doubt. But it's the sacrifice we make to focus on this stuff. Another rainy day, huh? I don't mind it. Spend a little quality time with Timbeeb inside here. I'm sure he doesn't mind either. We'll probably relocate these chests and stuff as well at a certain point. In fact, you know what? I'm going to use this chest right here as another sort of accessory chest to sewing here. Go ahead and make this a nice little like light pink one. And then we can move these. I'll sort these out at a later date probably. Just get like hats in one chest and other things in another or something like that. Something of some sort. Thank you, Pierre. Get these all out of here so that more lightning can strike. Welcome back, Gale. Welcome back. Alright, let's go do our garbage can hunts. Just in case, and then we'll continue with our interior decorating. Man, you'll have to pardon me if I take a little time and stumble a little bit over all this decorating stuff. It's not something that I've ever done in Stardew Valley before. I'd like to get a little better at it and become more aesthetically inclined, but it's just hard to know where to start. But I'm glad to have all of you here sort of helping me out with it. You can move the chests by hitting them repeatedly with nothing but your hand. And it'll move with the stuff in them. I do know that, but it's hard. You can't move them away from a wall with that strategy, right? because the wall would just, obviously, you can't get on that side of the chest, so you can't move it away, unless maybe you can, like, click from, like, a corner or something. I can give it a try, though. Ooh, a little gold bar. Don't mind if I do. We'll toss the bread. It's all good. You kind of can. I think it goes to the side. You can move them away from the wall. That's good to know, honestly, that you can't, like, trap it in a corner, really. Unless it's, like, surrounded on 3 sides, maybe. That would be a problem. But if you get into that situation, then you only have yourself to blame, I guess. Alright, we'll leave this outside for now. I think that's probably going to be more of an outside decoration anyway. You got a Stardew Valley planner for your birthday? That's pretty exciting, Jason. Awesome. Okay. How do we want to decorate the bedroom? Do you think there's anything fun that we could do in here to make things a little more homey? What ideas? I'm open to possibilities. What do we have for, like, crafting stuff? You can, like, put grass in your house, right? That could be fun. Like, what if we had, like, we want to make this a little tea room, right? What if we had, like, a little sort of, like, nature almost creeping in from that area? We can move our bed a little bit over, like, put it up sort of in this corner. And then we have, like, a little sort of nature grove sort of leading up in that direction. That could be interesting. Maybe even put this all the way in the corner. Oh, we can actually. Oh, wait, can we? No, we can't. Okay. That's fine. Move that up there for right now. Go get your decorations from the museum. You know what? That's probably a good idea, honestly. All things told, let me go ahead and we'll make a new chest here real quick, just so we have a place to sort of store things in the interim. Just a little temporary chest to store all our odds and sods for right now. And let's go grab our stuff from the museum. It was fun putting them in there and keeping it as a meme of decorating that place. Of decorating the museum itself with those rewards while we did it, but I think now that we're actually starting to become a little more artistically inclined, might be a good idea to have some more options. Now that we have more space for them too, that's true. What's in your cellar? The cellar is purely full of casks. We went pretty sweaty on that one. It's like full wall to wall with just iridium quality ancient fruit wine. For some reason, I thought I hadn't checked the garbage can yet. I was just... Alright. So we'll take the bear for sure. We'll take the crystal. The drum block, I mean, I don't know if I have much of a purpose for it. These guys will take all this. You're finally free, Gunther. Welcome to the land of the living. I still think that this thing should stay in the museum. We'll go ahead and take this. And the bear. And I don't know if this chair will really, if we'll have a great spot to, like, make it fit in, but it's good to have the option, I guess. And you know what, drum block? You're speaking to me. I'll take it. We can always make more drum blocks if we wanted to, too. But I don't know why I walked all this way when I got a perfectly good minecart right here. That thing belongs in a museum. Once you get all the money you need, you could put crystallariums in the cellar. That's actually kind of a good shout out. I think I like that idea. Alright, let's go ahead. I'm going to deposit these for right now, because I don't feel like I have a good idea for those. What if we put the large futon bear instead of the scarecrows? What if we do some... Oh gosh, well, alright, hold on. Oh, my inventory's full now. Oh, geez. Alright, well, we'll put you guys in the corners for right now. You'll just be the guardians of this place. There you go. Now we'll go ahead and grab the bed, move it right there. And what if we put a little bear in there? I kind of love that. And we could just, like, what if we could do like like Mama Bear? Mama Bear putting the babies to bed. Can this bed go up any further, or is this like the best we can do here? Because I kind of would like to have it a little closer to the wall. Yeah, let's put them up against the wall like this. Do we feel like having join beds like that? Maybe. I'm putting way too much effort into this like pseudo nursery thing. All right, that's fine, I think. This chicken statue, I don't want it to mess with this chicken statue. I don't want them to get too angry at each other, so we should keep them in separate rooms. Bear statue in the game room. Well, this is gonna be like a tea room. I think we decided on that. There's probably more we could do with this room still, but I think this is, I'm content with this for right now. Maybe even move you like one closer. Paint the house. Can you do that for free? Or is that a costly thing? I kind of like having this be like our like if we have like a specialized room down here, and then a specialized room up here, and then we have like different sort of elements of each one leaking into this room. It's hard to decide with that bed though. I'm gonna go ahead and put the chicken here, because this is gonna be like a sort of greenery room, and this is you know, nature and all that jazz. You can paint for free, it's free? Alright, well we can give that a try for sure. Any room down here for a little skeleton? You can be my overseer, good sir, of the casks. I like that. I don't think the skeleton really fits in too well anywhere else. I feel like, let's see, this obsidian vase. Can you do anything kind of funky with this, do you think? I honestly think that we probably do maybe some garden pots or something here. What can we do with our... We could do some stuff with flooring too, because we can't really do rugs or anything. So maybe we could do our own little makeshift rugs, potentially. Let me go ahead and move all this for now, just over to here. Skeleton in the basement, no, because there's no closets in the game. Exactly. My thoughts exactly, Lisa. Keeper of the Cask of Amontillado, exactly. Alright. Let's go ahead, grab some, what was it, wood and fiber. I kind of want to see how these straw floors look. Like, what if we did something... This might be, like, abysmal, but just bear with me. We're testing things out. You always put the vase in the kitchen. The vase be a good fit in the kitchen here. I don't know if there's a good spot. Maybe, like, down here, once we get, like, I don't necessarily want these chests here forever. That's good for right now. We might change our mind later. Ooh, okay. I don't know if this is good for right here, but maybe... Oh, what if we did that? What if we did, like, What if we crafted, like, 5 more of these, right? And then you did something like this. Hold on. He might be cracked. He's beginning to believe. I don't know if this is actually going to work out the way I think that I want it to. But I kind of like... What if we did... something like this. And you put your little chicken, like up here. It's our own little makeshift coop. I kind of like it. We're starting to, he's beginning to believe, to a certain extent. I do also think if we get some grass starters going, then this could be nice. We could do, can we do anything like, any green pathways here? Or what if we did, like, some blue pathways, crystal floors, stone floors? I don't know, man. Chicken shrine? Is the third house upgrade needed for perfection? It is, yeah, because you need the cask recipe. Let's see. Actually, I don't know. Let's make a grass starter here. Can you even like put this on this? You could. So you could grow like extra stuff here, like because like you'll grow grass like that. What if we did some tea saplings along the top here, like we did like 5 of those. Do a nice little tea room. We could this kind of fits the vibe too. So let's go get some materials to make more garden pots. Refined quartz, clay, and stone. Do that. Do I only have 133 clay? Surely not. But maybe that's all there is, yeah. Alright, what if we do like 5 of these? It's away for right now. You can't grow grass on paths or floors. I mean, this would beg to differ, but maybe I'm not on these. It looked like it could, but I might have been not seeing things properly there. What if we put them like in corners? Like we do a little bit of a wild motif where it's not like all symmetrical. I don't know how I necessarily feel about this, but. And then we do just a bunch of grass starters. This is gonna be really weird, but it's my first time. Give me a break. I am starting to feel the rhythm of decorating though. How do we feel about, what if we put something like that in there, just a little secret thing hidden in the middle? Betwixt, in the things betwixt. Probably do a couple more of those. I feel like we need a wall decoration here, but I don't know if we have the capacity to do that. What if we did a... Okay, a tub of flowers could actually fit nicely here. I have one over there, but I don't have the... I don't want to move it, because I kind of like it over in that area. I don't love this, that's how it kind of overhangs like that, but it's fine. I like it, Picasso. Thank you, thank you. Do I have the materials to make another tub of flowers? I do, but... It's like... only one. I never thought I'd even be in a position where I wanted to make more tubs of flowers. Regardless, let's get some of these saplings made, these tea saplings, right? So what is our recipe for that again? Oh, we actually have all the things we need right here. Okay, perfect. We can make 5 of these. And they don't need water, that's correct, right? Very nice painting in the water outside the spa. Ooh, you know what, Linda? You might be onto something there. I could be persuaded to try that out for sure. I think also we do a little bit of grass starters around the edge here. Oh, you can't do it on this. Okay, so what if we did instead... What if we did a little, just like a little nest for the chicken? It's not going to be like perfectly centered. I kind of prefer, but like, how do we feel about doing like something like that? No, I preferred how it was before, honestly. I kind of like having the big nest for the chicken. So let me go grab my scythe and deal with some of that. Fish in the secret woods too, nice hanging wall painting. We're not able to access the secret woods yet, but I will keep that in mind for the future, for our future endeavors, for sure. I could put like a little brazier or something right there. Just a nice little sort of soothing light. What if we did a wooden brazier? Just something nice and simple and homey. we'll go grab some coal. I think we actually have some in here. Ooh, you know, it kind of ties it together, honestly. It's not nearly as elegant as Caroline's tea room, maybe, but I'm feeling it so far. All right, I still don't know what to do with this freaking geode thing. You could probably, I don't know. Right now, you lord over the crystallariums. All right, I'll go sort out my inventory real quick, and then we'll go to bed here. Something like this. No, we'll move the scythe around. And we'll go check out that, we'll go check out that fishing area next to the spa tomorrow. We'll see if we can get that painting. That was a good shout out, so. Let me have that ready to go, and we're off to bed here. Something smells earthy, Haley says. Do you think it's coincidence that she says that after we're in the process of making our little tea room here? I don't think so. I should I mean, I hate that that's like that, but it is what it is. The geode is the crystallarium supervisor. Someone's got to be the boss. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. We're gonna move this coffee over here as well into the fridge while I'm thinking about it. I think that was the right play all along. Let's go. Oh, we got the frickin' luau tomorrow. I didn't even think about that. It's okay. We'll just do like we did last year and yoink a... Well, I mean, we have options like we did last year. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Timbeeb, I know you're thirsty, buddy. Don't worry. I got you. Let's not forget also that we do have 3 stone owls that we can make use of somewhere. I don't know if I want to use them necessarily on the inside of the house, but I think having them at our disposal is going to be better, because I do like how they're making a little conga line down south of the farm right now, but they could definitely be put to better decorative use than that. To legend or not to legend? I didn't say it, Francis, but you know exactly where my mind was going for the luau. How'd you get grass starters without spending money? I had to buy the grass starter recipe because you need to craft every recipe regardless for perfection, and then I just craft my own grass starters. Owls could keep the chicken company. At least one of them maybe could. We could sneak a stone owl into our little tea room for sure. My nerves can't take any more threatening of the legend, please. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, chat was on the legend side in the previous stream. We'll just see how it goes again today. We just gotta roll those dice, you know? Leave it up to fate. It's going to stay summer grass forever, even when it's a different season, and if you place flooring after the grass, then I think it overlaps. Place flooring after the grass, I think it overlaps. I don't know, we'll see how the grass pans out. I've never done grass on the inside of a place before, so this is a new experience for me. I just knew that it was possible, and I was interested in trying it out. So if it I don't know if it changes depending on the season. Like you say, it probably just stays summer grass forever, but I'm fine with that. I like the green color. Do I watch Argon stream or Shawnee's? Is Shawnee streaming right now? I didn't mean to step on his toes, but you do what feels right to you. I will not stop you. All right, where do we fish around here? Is it this thing that we fish into? Is this correct? I've like never done this before. You gonna do Prairie King today? We'll see. I feel a little bad about how long the tier list took at the start. So I want to get as much of Price of Perfection goodness in as I can, actual like farm progress, but we'll see. That's an ornate necklace. That's I think for you can give that either to Caroline or Abigail, right? Depending on your preference. I think I remember the secret note about that. And that is our painting. Vista. Is there any, that's the only painting you can get here. That's actually perfect for our tea room. Who called that out? Who said that originally? It was, I think it was Linda. I appreciate it. All right. Now, I guess we'll probably give this necklace to, I don't know. Is there a pro or a con to giving it to either Abigail or Caroline? I think that, like, let me double check. This is a secret note somewhere, right? Let me see here. Found some. I borrowed a necklace from my mom, but lost it somewhere near the bathhouse. She's gonna freak out if she notices it's missing. Caroline makes her upsetty at Abigail. Hoard it for yourself. I'm not Charlie Barley here. I'm not gonna steal everyone's goods. Oh, it's closed. We're closed on Wednesday anyway, so you know what? We're chilling. We'll just hold on to it for right now. There's a boat painting you can catch only on the beach farm. It's at the bottom left through the tunnel, then you fish. I mean, if it's exclusive to the beach farm, I think we'd be foolish not to get it, right? What the heck? Get back. Oh my gosh, the lightning strikes are too much for our poor little grove of trees in here. We gotta be careful though, okay? Because when we go... Look, I'll grab these because I'm here. Might as well, now that they're on the way, I might as well get this taken care of. But when we go to fish up this painting, right, we're gonna have to be careful because we got stone owls in the way. Hootie, Tootie, and Hootie the Third, something like that. And in order to fish in that spot, we're gonna have to mine our way through. And I don't want them falling in the water. So we're gonna have to be extremely careful. There we go. Okay, we're good. Alright. Hootie the Third, you should be safe. Alright, this is where it gets a little dicey. Hootie, Tootie, and Fruity. Ooh, okay, we got a panning spot there too. We got them all, we saved them all. Not bad, not bad. Now, do I fish, like, down here, or do I fish a different direction? Does it matter? I guess, apparently, that was correct. It's a boat painting. Do you have your iridium band? I do. I just crafted that last stream. So we're good in that regard. Okay, so we'll take all this back now, up to our sort of impromptu decorating chest on the inside of our home. The mushroom goes over here. The fact that I'm putting this much like thought and effort into decorating the inside of my house, I'm afraid for when I get to the outside and have to do the actual farm decorating, you know? Okay, fishing rod goes over here. Could have fished over them, you think? Well, I want to move them around anyway. I want them to be part of the decorating process. I want to show them off a little bit more than just keeping them secluded down in that part of the farm, so I think it's wise to move them. Did we do garbage today? We did. We did it at very first thing. Exclamation point, more trash, by the way. I don't know if you're still here, Decay, but... Paint your house. I will do so. Because I've never done such a thing before. Let's go see If we can make some magic happen. So I gotta go up to Robin's, right? Go to Robin's and paint the house? Or is it at the... Do you do it at the Wizards or something? Because I know that you can like do certain things with your buildings at the Wizards, but I've never endeavored to do this, so we'll see. It's at Robin's? Okay. That seems to make the most sense. As long as she's like there today. Robin has a bit of a fickle schedule sometimes too. Alright. So make house renovations? No. Construct farm buildings. Where do I go for this? Do I like go... Oh, paint buildings. Okay, so paint... Do I just like select like just paint buildings in general? So we can paint this building here. We can change the hue of it. What are we feeling for this then? Okay. Let's see here. So that's that, and you can change the... This changes the hue. Can we change like the roof colors or anything, or is that... Okay, you can change the roof, yeah. Let's see, what do I feel about this? I kind of like... What fits Chloe best? She does like her greens. Like a good green... I don't want it to be green and red, obviously. We're not about that Christmas sort of lifestyle. What if we do like a green, like a sort of lightish green and a darker green, maybe? And the trim as well, we're gonna have to change that. I feel like I should... Oh, I can probably just copy from the roof if I wanted to. Do a little bit... I don't know, it looks a little too green. That's a little too green for my liking. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe just a nice little trim and roof of green, and then we do the building itself like a different color. I don't know. Maybe I just don't like this shade of green. What if we go a little more vibrant? A black roof, black shingles. Let's see. What if we do like this? I don't have a good aesthetic eye for this sort of thing, to be honest with you. So I might be a little out of my element in this regard. I'm just so used to just the regular house that it's hard for me to branch out too much. Know what I mean? Kind of like the gray. What if we did... Because we're not gonna be able to marry Haley, right? So what if we do a little bit of a Haley related house, like in honor of Haley? What if we did like some kind of pinkish hues? We gotta increase this. That's not the right kind of pink. This is like closer. Like she got pinks and blues and just make Haley our house. What if we just like a little blonde roof? This is so stupid. And the blue trim for her skirt. It's so gaudy and terrible. Oh my god. I hate it, but I kind of love it. This is like a little too green. It's our Haley house. Wow, that's kind of horrifying. I don't think the pink is right. I think we need like a lighter shade of pink here. This is horrible. That's awful. I hate it. I'm scared. That's terrifying. I might play around with this in my off time. I think I'm gonna go ahead. Can we just like exit out of this? Oh frick, did I commit to that? Uh-oh. Alright, we can just do this, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, we're fine. We're not stuck with that horrifying monstrosity. I will decide what I think looks good probably between streams or something. I feel like this is not something that I need to do necessarily on stream. Now that I have this option, though, am I able to paint, like, other stuff? I can't paint the fish pond, but can I paint the greenhouse? No. Okay. It's fine. Think about the children. Alright. Did Nightbot die? Is Nightbot not doing anything, or is it, Are we good? Are you colorblind? Look, I'm not good at this sort of thing, okay? It's my first time. Don't make fun of me. We all were there at some point, surely. Look, it was beautiful, just like her. It's so hot today. I wish I had some ice cream. Frick, I wish I could make you ice cream. Haley says we look pretty today. She's just flattering us. We know that she was not a fan of the house, and she's just trying to find something to compliment us about. All right. Anyway, that was an experience. I don't know if let's all collectively forget that you saw that side of me. What did I have? I had the paintings, right? These paintings. This Vista painting. This looks like it could be really nice up here. I kind of like that, yeah. I feel like that's got a good vibe going to it. I think this room for right now, I'm gonna call this maybe not necessarily done, but I feel like we can call that we can be pretty happy with ourselves for that one. You know what? I kind of do like the idea though, like I said, of it sort of spilling into this room a little bit. So what if we... What do we need for more grass starters again? Just fiber. And then what about... I kind of like these pathways. Where are they? These ones here, the crystal paths. That's got kind of a nice little, almost like hiking trail vibe to it, or I don't know. They make me think of an outdoor garden, which is sort of the vibe that we're going for. So let's see if we can make some magic happen this way. We'll make some more grass starters. How/why is there grass in the house? You just plant grass starters. It's no big deal. I'll even do a few more just to show you, and we'll see how the pathways interact with the grass. If I do something like this. So if I put... So I can't put the pathway on the grass. Okay, that's good to know. Actually, honestly, like if we intersperse the pathways a little bit more within the grass, I feel like that could be interesting too. I'm not saying it's the greatest ever, obviously, but it's got kind of... It does slow us down, I will say that. Like, when anytime we want to go to this tea room, we're going to be marching through this grass, which is not ideal. But I think it's fine. I think this is alright. Who let Argon be an interior designer? Oh, no. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. Don't make fun of me. I need to get someone actually knowledgeable about this stuff to hop in here and help out with this. Is there anyone you know in Stardew Valley who, like, any content creators who are, this is like their jam, that I could bribe onto here to help me make this not a total disaster? I got chat here to help. I don't know if it's because I feel like it's harder to be an armchair designer in chat when there's like a delay and stuff, and everyone's trying to work to their own designs. Snatcher, I would appreciate if you didn't do the copy pasta, by the way. Thank you very much. Welcome though, welcome Grim Snatcher of Souls. It's not as bad as the house Charlie made for Krobus. Alright, so this is, I mean, I pictured it better in my mind, but I kind of still am alright with it. Let's go ahead and move on to other things. Like, what the heck are we doing with the rest of this frickin' bedroom? Or maybe we're just, like, done in here for now. Like, I like this room as it is. I mean, that we could definitely do more with this. This is crazy, but I love it. You're doing great, don't worry about it. Thank you very much, Amber. I appreciate it. I feel like we could definitely do better with this room here. So let's totally nix the idea of crystallariums even in this part of the house. Or if we do want to do crystallariums down here, maybe we do non-jade crystallariums and we just commit ourselves to a total jade farm elsewhere. Know what I mean? Like, we gotta try and... What's a good theme for this room to accentuate different elements of what we like around here? Or what's even available to us. Like, we got the tea room up there. I think that's a nice little serene hideaway. Krobus is gonna have his own room when he moves in, so what if we made this room Haley-centric? How do we feel about a Haley room? A Haley room right next to the bedroom, just in, you know, in honor of her? What do we think about that idea, and how can we enact it if we do choose to go that way? Like, these dried sunflowers, I think... What if we do... We'll move some things around here, because the dried sunflowers definitely should go in the Haley room. Or you know what, we don't want dried sunflower. We'll have these up here to remind us of Haley when we're doing our sewing and stuff, and then we're gonna have that there. That's fine. I still think this all works out nicely. Haley Shrine, palm trees in that room, definitely. You know what? You're absolutely correct. Haley likes her coconuts and her Tropicala and stuff. And if it truly is the Haley room, that's where the jukebox has got to be, playing Pickle Jar Rag. So let's go ahead and set this up like so. Throw a jukebox in the corner. Pickle Jar Rag. I just don't know which way is faster to get there. Oh, there it was. Keep this room for future aquariums. I kind of almost want to do like aquariums up in this room or something. I don't know. We'll see. We could do like a little dedicated fishing room up there. Rare no music in the house moment. It doesn't happen often, you're right. So let's see. We obviously want garden pots with some sunflowers in here. What else is Haley all about? She likes her fruit salad. I don't know how... What sort of flooring do we want in here? She likes the beach. Can we evoke the beach in any way here? Like, what if we did like a fake sort of... Like, how does this crystal floor look as water or something? I don't know if that's necessarily the best vibe, but we could try it out. A little crystal floor. Pink cake. She likes cake. We're not able to make any pink cakes. It's not a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake in our life right now. Crystal flooring as cold as her heart. All right, this is not it. This is not Haley. Haley just says everything is dying. What? Oh my gosh. All right, it's not that bad, Haley. I didn't think it was that bad. This could be Haley's throne. Little throne room for Haley. Treat her like the princess that she is. All right, Nightbot slow as ever. Nightbot is kind of behind today. It's not built for this life. All right, let's go to bed real quick. Trash can. We're not throwing a trash can in there in Haley's room. How dare you? Haley is not amused, clearly. Alright, we got the luau to worry about today, so let's put everything on hold for the time being. I'm gonna throw this away here, too. We'll go ahead and do some... We can still do some decorating today if we feel like it, but it's probably would behoove us more to... I mean, we obviously don't even need to go to the luau, but... Come on, we're not gonna miss a festival. Not after all this time. What the heck? I didn't think it would just, like... Why is it playing summer music down there? That's freaking me out. Don't you normally have to go outside for that sort of thing to start? Weird, dude. I could do some signs or something for and like display things that Haley enjoys in that room. That might not be a bad idea because we can't do like item frames and put them on the wall like Minecraft. That would be kind of clutch, but it's just not available to us. Don't forget your choices. We gotta have options available to us here. Let's run and do our garbage real quick. Don't forget the legend for the soup. I got you, I got you. Shorts, please. I don't want to lose the shorts, though. Don't you, like, not get the shorts back if you do it that way? You can probably get shorts other ways, too, but, I mean, let's not even... We got shorts prime. We might as well keep them. Put a sea cucumber in the soup. Aren't they literally poisonous? We gotta be a little careful with that one. Welcome to the stream, Jake. Happy to have you here. All right. Exclamation point, more trash if we got a mod in here. If not, it is what it is. All right, we'll go back home. Actually, I guess we didn't even need to really go back home. We're just gonna go down to the luau pretty shortly anyway, but although we don't have to go to the luau immediately, we could take some time to get there. We're gonna have a lot to deal with here at a later date. You know what? I'll grab the pale ale at least just to keep it off my mind. I'm not gonna worry about refilling these just yet, but just as a time filler here while we wait for the luau, I think this is good. You can get shorts by putting a staircase in your pants slot. I think I did know that, but it's not quite the same. They're not Lewis's shorts. They're just my shorts, and that's a little freaky. The boat painting in Haley's room. Ooh, you know what? I kind of do like where your head's at there, Michelle. We can make it a guest room for Haley. We could put one of the beds from the nursery up there, and then so like whenever Haley comes over to visit, she could hang out down there. If she wanted to. I mean, she obviously is welcome to sleep in the bed with us too, but I don't know. Does Krobus like doesn't even sleep in the bed, does he? He like sleeps standing up or something like that. How are you doing, sir? You were near the bottom of my tier list. I hope you're happy with yourself. You, on the other hand, keep doing what you're doing. She's unresponsive. I wish I could get... Can you get these things? These, like, totem poles? Is that a furniture option? That'd be pretty cool. Or these stereos, for that matter. If you get a second cactus fruit at any point in your playthrough, just throw the second one in the luau soup. I mean, we're going to be growing lots of cactus fruit when it comes down to it, so we definitely will have that opportunity. I would dance, but I don't want to get sweaty. Queen slay. Alright, chat. I trusted you last time. I put my faith in you. This is another moment. We could have maybe made different stakes here, but it's fine. I still believe that you have your heart in the right place, but we'll see how it goes. I would like to have a full legendary fish aquarium at some point, but We gotta throw this option out there. What do we put in the soup? It all comes down to you, chat. Legend or wine? Both of them are good options for the soup itself. Like, there's like, obviously, not everyone likes fish. You gotta bear that in mind. It's a very distinct taste, but the wine, it's very pristine, high quality wine. We've grown and aged it for a very, very lengthy amount of time. Ancient fruit is a distinct flavor. I think it's a good enhancer. I think the wine is better flavor-wise for the soup, but the legend is such a unique ingredient. No one's ever gonna have that experience again in their lives of being able to say, I ate the legend, right? It's a toss-up, it really is. Vincent can't have wine. You can have wine, like, you can cook something with wine and still serve it to a minor. It's not like the alcohol gets, like, cooked out of it, right? So. Children are gonna have this soup. Yeah, see, the alcohol gets, the cooking the wine removes the alcohol content, exactly. Exactly, we don't need to worry about that. But it looks like chat's heart is still in the right place for this one. Yeah, most of the chat's saying wine. We got 80% roughly of wine believers. I do have my yearly veto, but I would feel bad on using it on this one, so let's not worry about it. Thank you all for voting in the poll. Playing it safe. At the end of the day, y'all know what's best for this farm and for our prospects for the future, so ancient fruit wine, drink in moderation, it's going in. Bottle and everything. Alright, look sharp, the governor's here for a visit. Like, that's why I dressed in my best outfit here. I didn't even dress up for the luau this time, I had my mind on other things. Alright, yes, let's start. Let's do it. Maybe next year, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll make it even more of a toss-up next year. I'll bring the crimson fish in the legend. We'll see, and we'll see how people go then. A true Sophie's choice. All right, Governor. He's been looking forward to it all year. It's the only thing he looks forward to every year. He doesn't even see any of these people's faces. All he sees is soup when he thinks about this valley. That's good soup right there. It's the best soup he's ever tasted, as a matter of fact. Even better than last year. Someone must have snuck something good in there. I would not partake of the soup. I don't trust it. Yo, there's fruit salad up there. All for Haley. Governor does have some sick drip, though. I can't deny that. I mean, the purple, he does it well. Alright. That's taken care of. Now, let's see. So we got a nice little chair there for Haley. I would like to move one of these beds, maybe. Like, we'll figure out what we want to do with this nursery room. It's kind of in limbo right now. But I think having a bed down here for our girl. Where would we want it, though? I don't know. Where does she keep her bed in her room? Like, she keeps it, like, over here. And then we can have a little... We can try and do a little, like, makeshift... I don't know, makeup table set up over here. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to manage that, but we'll figure something out. Hey, Grim, I mean, I can't stop you. I just know that if you do too much copy pasta, it's not gonna... At least during the stream. Before the stream, I mean, do what you gotta do, but... Alright, the boat. It's not necessarily the boat that Haley would want to ride around in, but I think it's a good blending of Haley and Chloe's distinct tastes. This boat right here. Are you just gonna recreate her room? You gotta make her feel at home, right? What's a good flooring for Haley's room is the real question here. Do we just leave like the flooring as is, or do we spice things up a little bit? Little fancy hardwood floor, rustic planks, little cobblestone path. I don't think the cobblestone path is where it's at. We could just try like wood floor, just dirt, just a dirt path, a gravel path. You guys are so rude. Even after all this time. Stone walkway. I think that's a little too industrial for her. That's the problem we ran into with the crystal floor. She'd probably be fine with just like a hardwood floor, which I mean, it's what we already have, but we could see how the actual like wood flooring itself looks for this room. Give it a whirl. There's some wood right there. It's like so not different at all, but it will add a nice little like trim around the edge of the room. I think I'm okay with this. I think I actually kind of like this this vibe that we got going on. So let's go ahead and pick up all this stuff. We'll leave the jukebox for right now, but just so we have pickle jar rag going. Weathered floor. The weathered floor, I don't know. I think it's a little too dark and drab for Haley. I feel like either rustic plank floor or wood floor. We can try some rustic plank floors as well. Let's give that a shot. Just see how we feel about that. I don't know about that one. I feel like the actual just wood floor, honestly, is most befitting here. That looks weird, not gonna lie. Alright. Put all that away and off to bed with us. Wood floor gives summer vibes like Haley. I'm with you. That's kind of where my mind was going with it, honestly. And the rustic one doesn't have the trim exactly. Go to sleep, Argon. Are you talking about me in real life or Chloe? Because I'm perfectly awake. Don't worry about me. Alright, it is Friday, so it's traveling cart day. We gotta make sure to keep these things in mind. We are still doing a challenge run here, despite how it might feel today. I keep forgetting that this is now over here. Let's go take care of business real quick. Ooh, 50 wood. You know what? That's gonna help with our flooring pursuits, Robin. Thank you very much. Pop that in there. Let's go. See what the traveling cart has for us today. I don't know why I said that with such a strange cadence, but there it was. I just joined. Why is there grass, and where did you put the crystallariums at? The crystallariums are in limbo right now. They're not. We have them just like in a chest because we're reorganizing our farm. We're doing some extra design work to make things look pretty. Pretty is a relative term, of course. And it's all still in the working stages right now. So we're probably going to do a crystallarium farm on the outside of our farm. Or like a crystallarium area on the outside of our farm, I should say. Which is going to be better than having them inside our home. I think having the inside of our home just, you know, be a nice sort of chill place to come hang out instead of actually having like work to do in there is probably better. Better for Chloe's mental health in the long run. The sweet fruit of the prickly pear cactus, by the way. You wouldn't dare. Why? It's been a while since we've seen one. I just like looking at it, you know. It's such a beautiful fruit. It truly, truly is. One day we'll get there. Coconut in here to boot. Sickening. Absolutely, just so mean. This is the love-hate relationship I was talking about with the traveling cart lady. Don't give in to temptation, but it's right there. I mean, it's 1,000, so even if I was tempted by that, I would just like take the bus to the desert and get one instead. Chloe's a beautiful fruit too. Thank you. Ooh, baby! It was a sign. It was a sign of another good thing to come. This is what, garbage hat number 7? 6? I don't even know. What the heck? This is too many garbage hats. I am out of my mind with these garbage hats. Enough is enough, please. I just want a cactus fruit. That's a mushroom. What are you doing to me? Oh my gosh. Every single garbage hat that I get breaks me just a little bit more. I'm not even joking. It's painful. You could probably even hear it in my voice, just the sheer tension. Oh, there it is, another garbage hat. How many sea urchins can you fit in an aquarium? We need that many garbage hats. We probably have more than enough now. You want fan art of Chloe with all her garbage hats on, just stacked on top of each other like a bunch of pancakes or something? Look at this. That is number 6 because we're wearing one. Oh my god. Almost have enough for every day of the week now. We could just swap them out. Alright. Sell this stuff. We'll keep the rest of this, I guess. Alright, we're in good shape. Put one on the alien rare crow. Yeah, we gotta save one for that too, for sure. Cactus, just a traveling merchant stole the cactus fruit from the trash. I wouldn't put it past her. Oh, my voice is all cracking. Should probably get some water or something, huh? Alright. Let's see. Let's move this out of the way for right now. Don't worry about it. Cactus. I was gonna say cactus fruit rag. My mind is torn up by that garbage hat. Pickle jar rag will come back. Cactus fruit rag. What would that even sound like? Do I want to know? I don't know how much flooring we actually need for this room, but we'll see how it goes. Now, can you put, oh, I don't like how, I don't necessarily like how it doesn't go flush with the northern wall there. That's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. We'll just have to hide that with some, like, furniture and stuff. Well, how much do we need here? We need 3, 6, 9, 12? 12 by the looks of it. I'm not saying this is definitely the play. There's definitely, I mean, there's arguments to be made for and against what we've done here today. However, it's nothing we can't change in the future if we choose to. Pickle jar rag, but in a demented key. It would just be like, I don't know. Pickle jar rag in the key of G, something like that. Where's the bed? There's the bed. We want the. Did we have the boat painting that down there already? We do. You can't put the bed on top of flooring. Okay. Good to know. Or, oh no, you can, it's just you can't put it that close. Wait, I thought I had it that close to the wall before. Maybe, can you not? Hold on a second. we're doing some science here. Okay, so we can put it there. Do I want to move it up one? Yeah, like up against the corner like that. And then we do something like that. Okay. That works out fine. I wish we had some better options for flooring, but it's just not within our budget right now. Pickle Jar Rag has grown on you. It might be a bit of a Stockholm Syndrome thing, where you just keep hearing it so much, despite the fact that it's it can be a little grating at times, that you've come to appreciate it. Put a rug underneath the bed. How do we feel about this little blue rug up here? And we can move maybe that one up there, and then we don't necessarily need one in here. Let's see. So what if we did... I like where your head's at. I don't know if we can do one under the bed like that. This flooring is going to be a bit of a pain. Can we not rotate this? Is it only that one way? Like, I'm clicking the button, but it's not doing anything for me. And the fact that you can't center that makes it a little troubling. I do think that having this rug here as opposed to up there is better, though. I think the nice little blue is almost evocative of water in a way. Haley's gonna be so impressed, you guys. I can't wait. Oh, this was gonna go one up, right? Ah, frick. My flooring is screwing everything up again. There we go. Okay. Some rugs can't rotate. So weird. Go ahead and throw this here. Like, we're not gonna have a good, like, table or anything to give her for like, a makeup stand. Welcome back there, Fiona. We're live for a little bit longer. This is probably gonna be our last day of Stardew Valley here. I gotta wrap up pretty soon, because I do have other things to attend to today. Let's see, the palm trees we're going back in. That's right. Palm trees are definitely Haley forward. What else can we do in here? We need sunflowers. Let's how many sunflower seeds do we have? Let's go have a look at that. We got 2 sunflower seeds. We probably need more than that, realistically. We could turn these into seeds. Let's go give that a whirl. Where's the boat picture from in the lower room? Apparently it's exclusive to the beach farm if you fish off of the hidden tunnel in the southern reaches down here. You can get one for yourself, but that's beach farm only, which I don't think most people play on the beach farm, so it is what it is. Alright, we're good to go. That's 3 more sunflower seeds, which makes a total of 5. That should be plenty for our decorating purposes, at least. Okay, but where do we put our, I put away my sunflower seeds. What the heck is wrong with me? The owl spot, yeah, the spot where we had all our stone owls lined up, that's where you fish for the boat painting. That is correct. We needed clay, we need stone, and I think refined quartz is on the inside of our house. For the garden pots. Make 5 of those. Pardon me. The way you place the chair makes it look like you're putting someone in timeout. That's not the vibe we're going for. I don't know what we're doing with this chair yet, but we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see. Honestly, what if we did instead, what if we moved these trees to the corners. Oh, yo, what if we did something like... This is gonna be kind of silly. What if we did this, move this. It's a little throne room for Haley. It is definitely a throne. It's definitely a vibe. Maybe we could do it a different way, so it's like actually facing out this way though, so it doesn't look as silly. What if we did? This is so stupid. I love it though. Oh my god. I don't know what's better. I don't know where to. Something like this. Okay, that works. I guess I guess that's fine. We'll go ahead and throw a few sunflower pots down here. And then I think 2 more flanking the sides like this is a good idea. I'll go grab that. It was actually very fortuitous that we got this deluxe retaining soil, so we don't have to worry about watering these suckers. Wait, that's quality retaining soil. Didn't we get deluxe retaining soil? We did. Okay. Have a good one there, Vibe. Thanks for tuning in. Ooh, and the music just 8 o'clock hits, the music's done. But not in here. Not in here, baby. Looks better than the timeout chair. Alright. Go ahead and pop these in here. Then we go ahead and do this. I don't know if Haley's gonna be happy with this room at the end of the day, but she'll see that we tried really hard. And if this is where we land, is this the best we can do? I think she's gonna appreciate it all the same. Go ahead and put this all away. I think the last touch we probably need for Haley's room right now, we need some lighting. And I cannot think of anything better lighting-wise than some marble braziers. We need more marble. We need marble aquamarine and 100 stone? Are you kidding me? Haley's worth it. Guaranteed, Haley's worth it. Alright. We have marble. We have a single piece of marble. We're gonna have to crystallarium this bad boy. In fact, we'll probably have to crystallarium it like a couple times in order to, in order for it to. Well, I guess in case we want access to more marble braziers, I guess this would be the play. Let's go ahead and grab this. It's for love, exactly. Alright, pop that in there. What else was I thinking of doing? If we could do a sign. What's a sign befitting of Haley? Where are all the signs? We got the stone sign and the wood sign. Neither of those, they're very country bumpkin-esque. There's the dark sign, I know that. Are those the only 3 signs? They must be, I guess. The dark sign doesn't really fit for her either. I wanted to put like I guess maybe just a wood sign is probably the way to go. Do you have aquamarines? I believe we have them in excess, yes. Yeah, we got 26 aquamarines. I think we'll be fine. Sign of the vessel? What is that? Am I missing that in here, or do we just not have the recipe for it yet? We'll go ahead and just do a wood sign for right now. What are we gonna put on this wood sign, you ask? Well, first, let's go ahead and throw it. We'll throw it down here. Here. This is so ridiculous. Then, what do we have? We don't have our coconut anymore, right? No, we don't. We got rid of our coconut. But we do have the ability to make some fruit salad. And I think that's going to be our best bet right now. Little fruit salad for Haley when she gets here. Preserved forever on the sign. There we go. Little fruit salad for her. And I guess we just like... If I had a table, that would be so nice, but we just don't have another table. I'm pretty sure we don't have access to more tables. Need more freaking tables in this place? We'll just leave that in there for right now. I can probably maybe put it in a chest or something down here later on. Nice little stone chest at the foot of her bed, a little breakfast in bed. I think she'd appreciate that. Well, this room is well on its way. I don't know if this is necessarily done yet or if we want to do more down in this vicinity, but that's our Haley room. We got our little tea room up here. Nobody knows what else is going on. I'm still pretty happy with this room, although I do think if we move this rug, now that yeah, I think that's a bit of a better fit. All right. Well, this was an experience. I don't know if it was a good experience or a bad experience. It was definitely different though than just our regular cactus fruit grind. Let's go ahead and call it a night here. Not going to do any Prayer King today, I'm afraid, because I do have other things I need to tend to today, unfortunately. But I hope you all had fun. I know I certainly did. Next stream on Monday's stream, when we get back to it, we'll probably focus more on the actual grind of the Price of Perfection rather than any more redecorating. But next Friday, we might throw in a little more redecorating time and just see where the mood takes us. Either way, thank you all for tuning in for a little bit. I hope you enjoyed your time here. If you did, please leave a like down below. It's always appreciated and definitely helps out the channel. Subscribe as well if you want to be notified of the next stream, whenever that may happen. It should be on Monday. We'll be back with more Price of Perfection goodness, where we'll actually make some real progress, potentially. At least I hope so. Until then, though, I hope you all have a great weekend, and I will see you then. I'll send you off with the usual fan art compilation. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little out of it because it's such like a different stream from what I'm used to. Not that it's that different. I'm still playing Stardew Valley. It's not like whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I'm out of here. Have a good night, everybody, or a good day wherever you may be. This is Argon Matrix signing out. Thank you and good night.